I'd like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6:01 p.m. In order to maintain social distancing and other health protocols at public hearings, a limited number of staff and community members will be in-person attendees at this evening's board work session. The following board members are in attendance: Tracy Miller, Allison Lasan, Catherine Sells, Dr. Buddy Bonner, Angie Cox, and Jenny Prosnick. I have asked Board Member Lasan to lead us in prayer.
Ms. Lasan, could you please include Abram Drake in your prayer?
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here tonight safely. We are just so grateful for all the blessings that you give us. We hold those who are hurting or who are ill in prayer tonight. Please be with them and put your healing arms around them. We especially pray tonight for one of our students, Abram Drake. We pray that you would be with him and his family. Just help us tonight as a board to make good decisions, and we're just so thankful for the leadership team and those that are here tonight to help us and to help us learn. Just please open all our minds to what we need to hear. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I just note that Abram Drake has got two aunts. One was a former math teacher at the Colony, and another is a Flower Mound 9 math teacher. So very involved in the district. So please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas Pledge. Christy Hassett's joined the meeting at 6:03. Dr. Rogers, do you want to do the vision statement?
Yes, our cornerstone tonight is about student experience, and our I statement is I model lifelong learning. And as part of that, we seek out to personalize learning to demonstrate continuous growth. As I know the board's aware, we have a lot of summer programming going on, a lot of students involved in a lot of great work by our staff this summer, and so certainly continue to do that. And of course, Dr. Miller and professional learning for our staff has continued also. So a lot of great things going on.
We'll cover the mission statement and cornerstones too.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out a speaker's card. No presentations will exceed 3 minutes. The board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda. There are no speaker cards. Information item, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board, this tonight, as Ms. Smith comes up to be center stage, but anyway, this is really a very high-level sort of preview of the discussion for Wednesday's board workshop on budget. So, now at the end, if you have some other direction that you want us to work on between now and Wednesday, we're certainly open to that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Smith.
So as Dr. Rogers stated, this is really just a brief overview for you all tonight and to kind of give you some insight as to the more detail that we'll be bringing to you on Wednesday.
And let me interrupt real quick. On Wednesday, and we'll get this to you, I don't know, Mr. Young said we already provided, have you provided Wednesday's PowerPoint, Sheila?
A preliminary, but we've got a couple of dollar amounts we need to add to it before
so we need to get that
released.
to the board, and The other thing I'd ask Mr. Youngs that we get to the board is what we saw this morning in the leadership team, the document as far as the most up-to-date review of current budget and the preview of the 21-22 budget, to where they can have that as soon as possible. All right, sorry.
So I think one of the key things for us to always remember is we talk about the compensation plan in June, and that's very purposeful because it is the high point of recruitment season. And with that, it's the time that we need to spend to focus on our compensation plan, our benefits that we're offering, for two main reasons. One is so that we make certain we are remaining competitive with districts around us, competitive in order to retain teachers as well as to recruit teachers. And I think it's really important as a district that we focus on both of those things, both the recruitment and the retention of our current teachers. And then the final thing is salaries for 12-month employees begin July 1st. And so it's really important from a payroll perspective that we get this information to them so we can start the increases. So what's happening with TRS Active Care? That's always one of the questions. TRS was delayed this year in getting us their increases. They actually didn't release them until late last week. But what I can tell you is that the average increase is a 7.7 increase in our monthly premiums. I'm going to share with you on Wednesday what that looks like at all of our levels, but just know that the average increase we're facing is a 7.7 increase. And I know the board knows, but I always want to take the opportunity to say this is not something as a district we control. This is all coming to us from TRS. So one of the big topics on Wednesday will be salary increases. I've listed for you tonight what a 1%, a 2%, or a 3% would cost. Roughly a 2% would cost $7 million, and a 3% would cost $10.5 million. So some things that I would like for us to consider on Wednesday, some questions that will be before you as a board. Would you want to consider raising the district contribution for health insurance? That is certainly something we can look at. I do want to say to you, only 69% of our employees actually take the health insurance, but it is one option that I would like for us to discuss on Wednesday night. Obviously, the second thing we're going to discuss is percent raises for staff salaries. I also plan for us to discuss a retention or a one-time payment option. I know that we did a one-time payment option this year, and I think that was very favorably seen, but a lot of districts are talking about a retention payment, so we'll discuss that on Wednesday. I would also like for us to discuss raising the minimum hourly rate for instructional support staff. If you remember, I think it was April, that some questions were raised about our hourly rate for instructional staff, and so we're going to be bringing that information to you for our instructional support staff for you to review. And then finally, as part of the market adjustments and reviews of salaries, we're going to want to talk to you about a market adjustment for teachers' salaries, specifically within the 10 to 15-year experience range. I think that's the end. That's really the last slide. The final questions, those are the 5 points. And so to Dr. Rogers' point, if there's something else that you don't see listed there, if you could please let us know. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me say one thing, Ms. Hassett. Just a reminder, the number 3 question, whether you give a retention or a one-time, which is not a one-time because we gave a one-time last year, but anyway, that does not count towards TRS. And so that's a big, discussion on that. So, just be thinking about that as you mull this over for Wednesday night. So, anyway, so.
Well, I was gonna start with place 1 tonight and do something a little bit different, and then I'm place 7. But since my colleague who runs in the same cycle has a question, so I'll start with 6 and we'll go the other direction. So go ahead, Christy.
I'm willing to wait.
Okay, so I don't know all the places except for 1 and 2 and 6 and 7. So Dr. Bonner, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Just real quickly, on the benefits piece, and it's not for tonight, but could we get where we fall within the comparison group on the district contribution? That would be helpful for me.
We actually have that
We have that.
information, so we'll, when she sends that out, it's
Perfect.
it's already in there.
And I think for today's purposes, that's all I have.
Mrs. Son?
I'm number 2. So just really the only thing that I had was the email that I had sent you, that you replied to, I think, about stipends and things, that you were going to provide some data on that.
Yes.
Where we stand against other districts and things.
So that's part of our compensation plan, and we'll have that for you.
Perfect.
Mrs. Cox?
This is a great presentation, thank you. But my question will be, as you're talking about instructional support, I know there's different facets from what I know of different paraprofessionals. Are you referring to all of them, or what are you exactly referring to?
So our presentation will encompass all of the instructional support pay grade. Now, we're not discussing changing the entire pay grade, just some key areas within that pay grade. There are some that are already at market, and there are some that are below market. So we're wanting to address the ones that are below market.
Okay, so when we see that in advance, or
Yes.
what you're breaking out per pay grade and what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Cox, one of the issues whenever this came in April was there's several support staff positions that they can jump from one position to another and get a pay raise even though they're still instructional support. And so what we're trying to do, if the board wants us to, is to combine some of that to where folks won't hop from being a bilingual aide to being a library aide and get a pay increase, because we're shooting ourselves in the foot by having that structure. So that's what you'll see. And we'll get I think we're done with the
Yes,
PowerPoint.
it'll
We'll
combine
send that to
3
you
pay
tonight.
grades into one.
Mrs. Sells?
Yeah, 2 of my concerns, the comparison and then also the email that we received. But my other concern was when we did the adjustment outside of our percentage for our aides, our special education aides, some of our aides that I thought we were including in that were not included, and I think we've talked about that. I would just want to make sure that we understand who actually is getting the raises and how those adjustments are going to occur, because I know that our focus on the future aides ended up not being part of that. And in there, I just would like explanation.
We'll have it.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hassett? Sorry, Mrs. Prosnick.
So yes, a comprehensive comparison, obviously. My question is on the slide that says salary increase comparison costs. Is that just teachers, or is that administrators? Is that in the slide that you provided us, those numbers, is that just teachers?
The comparison?
The salary increase comparison cost, this slide right here. I'm
So,
wanting to
no,
know.
that's for all.
That's
That-
everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Prosnick, really, when you look at that, it's about $3.5 million a percentage. So, and that's for everyone.
I had 2 questions really quick. First of all, do we know what other districts in the area are considering?
Yes.
Is that going to be?
And I'm going to
okay.
provide that information to you. Yes,
Awesome.
ma'am.
And I think the presentation also said that you'll be discussing first-year teachers?
So we'll have the first-year teacher salary in there, as well as how that compares to the market.
So are you also considering asking for an adjustment to that as well?
What we
Or-
typically do is adjust that by whatever percentage rate we increase. So if we were to give a 2%, then the first-year teacher's salary would increase 2%.
Okay. So it's in current market value for the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. That's all, thank you.
You know, Ms. Hassett, you'll see that, but, you know, at the percentage that she'll provide, which is the same as, I mean, you'll see that it's competitive wherever y'all land on.
And Dr. Rogers will be getting that PowerPoint you said tonight?
I think, can
It's
you send
pretty
it
much
tonight, or
right.
are
We're
you
waiting
waiting?
on $1 amount in it, so it will probably be in the morning, but early in the morning it's,
Or you could send it tonight and just update them with the dollar amount,
Okay.
whichever one. Sounds like they're ready to look at
it does sound like it.
Sorry, I just had one follow-up question relating to kind of this as we're evaluating and looking at everything. Have there been some challenges as principals, leadership team are trying to hire people, struggles in a certain specific area that we are having challenges in hiring people?
I think the biggest struggle is in special education, specifically in our big units. And I'm not at all saying to you that it's tied to salary. I think it is really tied. It's a very difficult job, and it is a hard-to-fill area across the state, and we see that here as well. But I would tell you that that is an area that is a struggle.
And Ms. Cox, you see in some districts, and that's not in one of the questions that we created, but some districts are creating signing bonuses for those very hard-to-fill positions. And so, we're not proposing that, but it's certainly something if y'all want us to talk about, we can.
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of tick through them a little bit because I want us to think a little bit bigger. Raising the contribution, health insurance, interested what you have to recommend. It only affects 70% of our employees, so not sure that gives us the biggest bang for the buck, but looking forward to that. Percent raises on staff salaries that Ms. Prosnick just, for me, 1 and 2 aren't even a discussion point. So it starts at 3 in my mind. And that means that the scenarios then matter. And I think it starts at 3 from my perspective because of the year that we've had and because of the financial situation that we're in. The retention and one-time payment options, I think that honestly is almost a separate item for you guys. I mean, if you were to hire a teacher in October for a critical position, you'd probably, we'd want to give you that flexibility throughout the year. So I'm not sure it would be contained within this budget action unless you had a list of employees that you would want to put into this budget.
So just let me clarify. Several of the districts are looking at this as a payment that would go to all employees, just like we did the one-time payment this year. They're titling it a retention
I see,
bonus,
okay.
but it is a part of the budget in that we decide, like I can speak to one right now, it's already gone to their board. Denton is definitely doing a $500 per employee retention payment, very similar to our one-time.
Okay, so the retention is the word that's got me a little bit confused. So I assume there would be some criteria associated with that?
Yes.
If it's going to be retention. And then raising the minimum hourly rate for instructional support staff, I think that's come up a number of times, seems to be a lot of interest from the board in that. And then the market adjustment, again, we just, see what those numbers are. The issue is, like last time, are we going to have an ability to run some scenarios real time with you guys either on the 9th or on the 14th so that we can, kind of see what does a little bit of TRS contribution do, and what does some one-time payments do, and what does a 3 or 4% raise do, and what does the instructional aid increases, so that we can see this thing kind of, have a dynamic view of it while we're kind of blue skying about it?
Yeah, Tim Chafin and from her department will be here, and he's the person that runs all these numbers. And so, we'll be flexible and say, okay, if you want to land on this plus this, we'll be able to tell you what it will cost. To me, it's hard for you to decide, and we're not asking you to decide, but even to discuss too much tonight because you don't know the overall picture of the budget, until Wednesday. But we'll have that ability.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Rapp.
All right, so I'm going to ask Dr. Angie Deaton and Ms. Jen Surgison to come on up. Part of what we have to do every year is present an update to you about Knight High School as we use the optional flexible school day program to fund Knight High School. So they're going to provide an update to you. The majority of their information was in board book in your item. This will be a very brief update, but we've repackaged that information in a PowerPoint for them to share as well.
Can I hear?
And you have a copy of that PowerPoint in your folders.
Good evening, everyone. The Knight High School mission is not working for me. Oh, thanks so much. Okay. To provide flexible school hours with additional support for interventions for students that are classified in the 9th through 12th grade. This program was created to assist students, potential dropouts, to prevent dropouts for successful course completion, high school graduation, and then transition to post-secondary plans, whatever they may be for the individual students, whether it's career or education. The program is entitled by TEA Optional Flexible School Day Program, and the components by TEA, the students do need to be considered at risk. There is an eligible prorated weighted average daily attendance, and then we do offer core and elective classes that are needed for graduation purposes, and students do still have to pass the EOC tests required by the state or qualify for an IGC to graduate. We do utilize case management approach. We include outreach, social services, and community referrals to increase students' academic success and graduation from high school. In recalling the program evaluation that we presented last year, the findings did include a completion rate of 95.1% of courses. And this was the recommendation to continue the application through this year.
So last spring, when the program did its evaluation, the numbers of the content areas that we served the students was listed. We've updated that with the most recent school years. I would like to point out that last year TEA did not allow Knight High School to have virtual classes, so those enrollment numbers were put into the Learning Center Day program. So in other words, the students that we would have served during the Knight High School participated virtually during the Accelerated Day program. And so the school year by the numbers, we have 4 full-time teachers. We have a counselor that we shared with DAP and teams. We have an office assistant, a part-time nurse, and an administrator that is also shared with the day program. We have an ESL teacher that we share with the day program and a part-time special education teacher. We have an average of 51 students last year per term, and 68 we have recovered dropouts. We had 1 completer. We had 40 graduates, and 6 students that will be returning with us in the fall at this time. And so again, here's the information regarding enrollment and graduation, with the blue obviously being our Knight High School full-time students, and orange is represented by our Knight High School part-time students. And part-time students, recall, are students that are enrolled full-time on another campus, and we serve them in the evening for 1 or 2 classes. And again, if I could just make a note again that the virtual Knight High School was not able to enroll students for Knight High School, and so some of those enrollment numbers would be seen in the 005 entity. And then I wanted to share a couple of pictures regarding our graduation at Lewisville High School. It was a great venue to give these students a very formal celebration. And so I'm happy that so many of you were able to be there.
And I would just say Ms. Surgison did a great job of graduation, and we appreciate the connections that the Knight High School staff make with our students. You can tell that as they're there celebrating on that day. It's very exciting. It was very brief. It was very fast graduation, but it was very efficient.
28
so
minutes.
They were excited to be there.
Probably no other graduation was 28 minutes, but it's a nice ease into graduation season, so.
Thank you, guys. Dr. Bonner?
Dr. Rapp stole my thunder a little bit. You know, Knight High School graduation starts the season, and it's my absolute favorite one because those kiddos, young adults, are at risk and there for a reason. And so to see them successful, you know, at the end of that term is very, it's a testament to the work you all do. So I'm glad to see that, obviously. Just a couple of quick items. One, on that 7th page or that 7th slide, it shows part-time enrollment declining, and we'll leave last year out. Last year was, you know, an outlier, but it shows it declining. Any ideas on why that is?
I think the same thing with virtual, and a lot of students probably didn't think about coming in person. If you were virtual during the day, because all of the virtual students for night school were during the first 4 periods of the day, they could not then be dual enrolled in another day program. Yeah. And so I think we lost out on some that way. And I think just in general, some students weren't comfortable coming in, you know, to the building.
But the trend line's down too, and I guess I'm just asking if maybe if we anticipate an uptick, or if things are working out better for those kids at their home campus.
Yes, we anticipate higher averages for those classes next year, just trying to recoup some of the classes possibly they didn't pass this year. Yeah. We've also started a program where students don't have to apply for one or the other. They apply to come to the Learning Center. If they don't have transportation, then obviously they can't come to night school. We do, if they're age appropriate, work with them. So we really find out every student's story and try to find the best fit, whether it's night school or the day program.
And then last thought, thank you for being very nimble and flexible last year. That was the word, right? Or the phrase, in getting those kids moved from Knight High School, which was not virtual, into the accelerated learning program. So thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to. Thank you.
Mrs. Lasan?
Hi, thank you for being here. So I honestly don't have that many questions because I got to spend so much time with you last week. A couple of us did. So just wanted to say thanks, and I'm so glad that we have this program, and it's great. And the only thing I would say, and I think we are going to start, working on this, is to get the word out about this program, that it's there, and that kids can use this. And I just think it's really important. So
thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Mrs. Cox?
So just to clarify kind of what Mr. Bonner asked, so is the reason being the in-person kids, the number was down, is because the other kids from the numbers were at their home campus in virtual, or they just weren't at school, period?
It was probably a combination of the two. Some of the students that would have normally come, if they were virtual at their home campus, they could not be enrolled in additional courses with us because it was during the day. But then I think a combination of not being in person for the first part of the year means not meeting with home campus counselors, not necessarily talking about all the 4-year programs that we normally would. So I think the communication just in general was affected by virtual enrollment. And then I do think that we'll see an increase in enrollment simply because of trying to make up some of those credits that they've lost this year.
Okay, so were our counselors reaching out to maybe some of those who weren't there, or the kids that we had the previous year?
Yes, I think most of the students that we had the previous year were enrolled, whether it was with us directly. But I do know that we've already had some applications for part-time next fall. And we already have, I think, close to 100 applications for the Learning Center in general. So we'll look at all of those students and find out who is applying for night school and who is applying for day. So probably about 60 more than we usually have at this time of the year. So I think that we'll find that our enrollments will start inching back up to where they were prior to COVID.
And one thing that impacts as well their enrollment, we have a lot of credit recovery options at our main campuses
Yes.
as well. So we've gotten a lot better at our credit recovery over time, and of course that's going to impact. You had a lot larger need for Knight High School prior to a lot of credit recovery happening. So I think it's an enrollment trend we'll have to study over time, because it could be that you've gathered a lot of your overage completers that happened in earlier years, and so that's just something we'll have to keep a watch on.
And the other thing I'd add, Ms. Cox, is that with VLA moving to the Learning Center, we see a great possibility of VLA being more involved with both daytime Learning Center things and
Absolutely.
night school, and using that to complement the program.
Okay, just one last quick question. You kind of mentioned one, but did you see any or do any future implementation that, COVID may have brought that you might be changing at the night school?
Yes, we've actually started an outreach through registrars. We have put information on our website, applications on our website. So most often we get, 5 or 10 phone calls a year, and instead of routing them back to their home campus, we're starting the conversation on our campus and looping the home campus in from that point. So we've done a few different outreach considerations, just trying to field those and make it more customer service friendly. Then we would love to talk to you. Go talk to your home campus first. So I think between that, the registrars, if somebody comes in to withdraw, they're given a flyer. Have you considered LISD accelerated day-night programs? So we're trying to get the word out that way. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mrs. Sells?
The first thing I had was just a question, because now with TA, EP, and teams being removed, is the counselor situation something that we need to, is that something that is going to be addressed? I would determine that would be difficult.
Yes, he will actually begin to support VLA.
Okay.
And they needed, my understanding was they needed the support in counseling, and so we've already started working with VLA to support that, both programs, and like Dr. Rogers said, intending for those to work very closely together.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. I'm glad
I didn't
to
know if it was appropriate to put that on here because it was last year's, but
it's
yes.
okay, but
So
it's something that just kind of stuck out, and so I
absolutely, and
knew
so that's
you probably had
exactly,
a
he
plan.
started doing that this summer, and so hitting the ground running with VLA to offset that need.
Perfect. And then can you just walk me through a scenario of those, the ones that graduated, and then those ones that are continuing enrollment, and then those that don't fall into any of those two categories? Do we ever see there be a gap and then they reach back out? Do we continue that communication with them and that?
Absolutely, we do. We continue the communication until they graduate. So life circumstances, every student basically has an individual education plan. And so the 6 that are returning that have not met their graduation requirements have said, I'm going to be here in August no matter what. And so in August, when we start doing our interviews and setting up our schedules, if the family was evicted and they've got to work more, then they may say, I can't come this term, but I'm coming term 2, or I'm coming term 4, or whatever. So we very much keep in contact with them. And so, this 6 is what is intending to start in August with us based on the classes that we have. And then if we have to offer additional classes for some of the students that didn't meet graduation requirements at the 5 high schools this May, then we may add some classes which could move other students up. So it's a very fluid, but until they graduate, we are in constant contact with them, unless they just fall off the planet, and then we are still doing outreach, mails, doing mail outs, calls, everything, well checks if we need to.
Perfect. And then my last question, and you don't really need to answer this right now, but we're talking about budget.
Yes.
With a 64% graduation rate, what do you need from the board to raise that percentage rate. You don't really have to answer that right now.
Okay.
But that's just something to think about, and if we need to do something differently or provide something, I want to make sure that that is an ask that is something that you can do for us. So,
Thank you
just-
very much. We will certainly consider that.
That's all I had.
Thank you.
Mrs. Prosnick?
Well, I haven't missed a night school graduation since I came on the board because it is my favorite graduation. I think those students are the most resilient in our district, before we use the term resilient when it came to our graduates. My question is, do we do any follow-up after they graduate?
We do. We do a lot of forward planning with them when they're there, and then follow up, whether they go to college, trade school, work. So we do a lot of follow-up. They often contact us just because it's a family atmosphere, and they've made those connections. So we do, absolutely, and more often than not, it's a very positive, outcome. And then for the ones that aren't as positive, we continue to help them and see what resources we can help them find to improve their situation.
Some of that data would be interesting to include for me anyway.
Okay.
I'd just be kind of curious when we're looking at it, of those 64% that graduated, what did they go on to do?
Okay? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hassett?
That was one of my questions too, was what happens and how can we see that data long-term trending? That would be really, really good. Did any of our students use the House Bill 999 for EOCs this last year?
Yes.
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 Okay. And so what happens to those students who just have fallen off the face of the earth? Do we know how many have fallen off the face of the earth last
Honestly,
year?
I don't know that we've had any, because you can go through the night school program until your 23rd year. So that's a little different than a traditional campus. So those students that if they back out and say, life has happened and I can't come to school right now, we're kind of calling them and telling them, okay, the clock is this, you need these credits, this is your window. And so usually, even if it's just, and we just tell them, come take one. Like Dr. Rogers said, with implementation of VLA, come take one. Let's try it. And so we are able to be very creative with the enrollment. And so unless they just move away and nobody can find them, they typically come back and finish. Because once they've made the connection, they want to come back. Some, if their situation changes and they have to come to the day program, then that is a fluid change as well. So we really try to meet whatever their needs are, whether it's, I've lost transportation, I can't come at night, I've got a job, family, whatever.
Okay. That's great.
Thanks.
The data, the chart that you have, is this all the full-time kids or the part-time kids too? Just wondering with like the number of courses in social studies, 115, 118, does that include the part-time students or just
That
the
would
full-time?
include full and part-time, I would imagine.
All of the students.
Yes. I'm going to check with Dr. Fitzhugh, and I'm getting a nod. So yes, full and part-time.
Okay.
Yes.
And, then, Ms. President, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really don't have any other questions other than to make the statement that, and Mr. Gardner's here to talk about our demographic report, and there's some interesting information on there about student transfers out of the district. And as a reminder, for those who may care to listen from the public, this is an option that is not available in the 22 options of the locations that students transfer out of LISD in the previous 5 years. And so this is a great tool for us, not a tool, a safety net for students to turn their lives around. We appreciate the hard work on it. We know Dr. Rogers was involved in setting this up, so it's near and dear to him. But I agree with Ms. Prosnick. I wasn't able to make it this year, but they're often very emotional, especially for him and the students. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Dr. Rapp.
All right, well, I'm going to say that we're going to get Rocky Gardner on the screen, and I appreciate Mr. Kosh working with Rocky to get our presentation for this evening. If you want to come up, Jeff, but we're going to turn it over to Rocky, and you've got a copy of the presentation in your folders as well.
Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Can you see my screen as well? Great. Well, hey, good evening. It's good to see everyone again. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, and we're ready in the fall to go full bore, so you'll be tired of me by the end of the fall probably. But it's a pleasure to be talking to everyone again. This is our first quarter report, so keep in mind this is data that was collected through the end of March. So this is when our team was working on the housing data. And at the time, we were also watching the economy. So we've seen unemployment rates now kind of drop back and settle into this 6 and 7%. I think it's going to take a little bit for things to get back to where they were pre-COVID. I mean, we were at record low unemployment rates. And so, it's going to take a few minutes. And a lot of those service jobs are going to start coming back over the summer. So it's important to understand the economy, and especially, as we look at what happened with Texas ISD enrollment. ISD enrollment declined by 122,000 students last year. I mean, that's the largest decline we've seen in Texas ever, and probably the first. I didn't go back. I don't know how far I'd have to go back to even find a decline in Texas. So a big decline, and really from our perspective, from our company's perspective, it felt more like 180,000 students because the district had been adding 60,000 students a year. So thinking in terms of that, we really felt like that drop was even more significant. That said, now we're trying to figure out what it's going to look like next year, right? We're trying to see what we're calling it the COVID bounce back, and that's what we think is going to happen throughout school districts in Texas. I don't know that we can reach 180,000 student bounce back, but if you think about it, that's where we would be if the state of Texas had added 60,000 students a year for 2 years in a row. So we're thinking we're going to bounce back something close to that. I think we're going to get a lot of students back that thought they were, that had left. And they left for many reasons, that unenrollment. I think this slide really tells a little bit of a story here. It was a statewide phenomenon. Last year, from 1819 to 1920, you can see all the green on this slide, the light green, the dark green, the kind of yellowish color. It's all positive growth. Fast forward 1 year, and you don't see near as much green. You see a lot of dark red, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Midland, Odessa, all the way out in El Paso, down the valley. And, of course, a lot of yellow, which means that just even districts that lost a little bit. So we did see some strong drop. Now, what was interesting, we did see 2 districts that had significant growth. And I don't know if you're familiar with these 2 districts or not, but these districts would be Hallsville ISD and Huntsville ISD. What do these districts have in common? They have virtual programs, and they had virtual programs that were already there prior to COVID. So they did pick up some enrollment last year. But from a housing perspective, the housing in Lewisville has stayed pretty steady. Almost 1,000 annual starts, 1,076 closings. So still strong housing. It's a different kind of housing now in Lewisville in a lot of places. I mean, we do have the traditional single family, but we're seeing a lot denser. We're seeing some townhome products. Your inventory now is what's a little bit concerning to me, is that your inventory is now sitting at 600. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a slide or two. But you have 1,884 VDL, so that's enough vacant developed lots. So those are lots that are on the ground right now that can be started tomorrow, or likely already started during this second quarter. And of course, over 2,000 future lots. And when we talk about quarterly, 258 starts this quarter, so your quarterly starts dropped off just a little bit, as did your closings. I think, for one thing, it's taken a little bit longer to build homes. We've all heard about construction costs and getting people out there, getting lumber. But we did see a little bit of a fallback 2 quarters in a row, and that's kind of showing up in your closings. Your closings could drop somewhere around, I think you're still going to sit probably pretty close to 1,000 next year. We could drop down to maybe 900, but right now I think you're staying right in that 1,000 trend for housing. If we look where the housing's occurring, it really hasn't changed too much. A lot of that's occurring out, in the, off the toll road out there. You've got the Castle Hills, North Point had the most closings with 129. Windhaven with 126, and Bill as a Southgate then down here in the South did close over 100 homes as well. It drops off a little bit. What I want you to look at with these annual closings, though, is what the vacant developed lots look like, because what you're going to find is some of these, like Saddle Ridge, Hamilton Park, they're going to build out this year. So you're going to see them kind of build out from their existing homes, and some other homes are going to have to replace those. So that's when we start looking at the vacant developed lots. And we see where there's going to be lot activity that can kind of pick up that pace. And you see this beginning to happen like a Legacy Point, just 83 homes, but they closed 10, so they just got going. You see Vista Del Lago, they're getting going. They could do 40 or 50 next year. So you're going to see some different areas pick up some of this growth that we're seeing. And then, of course, all the future activity, with the exception of really Frontera, is out on the east side over there as well. You know, the Castle Hill stuff, the Myers Ridge, that's all out in that area, and that product's going to be, you know, what we see next in Lewisville ISD. Now I want to talk a little bit about where the new housing is occurring. Where you see color on this chart is where we've had the most activity. So yellow is where the highest activity out in Bluebonnet. Then you've got Flower Mound. You know, so we are seeing some Memorial. You see all the green there. So that's our new elementary zone. So as you would expect, there's going to be continued growth there in Memorial. What I do want to talk a little bit about again is this inventory. Inventory is what I consider your next 2 quarters worth of housing. So, you know, if at the end of March there were 600 homes that were either under construction, that's that 472, or finished but vacant, that makes up the remainder of that 602. So you had 472 under construction and about 130 finished vacant. Typically, that's what I see as your closings in the second and third quarter, which would make sense because that's your highest closing quarter. So you pick up, you get close to 300 closings both in the second and third quarter before things could trail off again back in the fourth quarter. But that's why I think that you're going to still sit pretty close to 1,000 homes this year. Where's your activity? This chart is, you know, your district is so large, you know, my team maybe would have been better to put this on 2 different charts. But you can see the green polygons that you see here is where all your active subdivisions are. Yellow is where we're going to have some future development. And then we've got groundwork underway on 800 lots. Now that's your next round of vacant developed lots. So that's where you see the red outlines over here in Memorial specifically. We've got 800 lots. And then right now there's 1,900 multifamily units under construction in Lewisville. And we have another 4,500 that are being talked about. The purple is where we have the under construction units. This is where it's going to get interesting, you know, from a yield perspective and from a future multifamily perspective. There's a chance that there'll be a little bit of a pullback in multifamily. We think that could be something that's seen throughout the state, and that's just kind of there's such a drive now for single family that we've seen occupancies decline slightly in multifamily right now. Lewisville's got so many multifamily that it's also a little bit of it's a mobile population. They're moving, they're chasing rent, and we all know that forbearance is kind of going by the wayside now, right? So, you know, anyone that was getting any kind of rent breaks or free rent, that's going to go away, and we're going to see if that's going to have any kind of long-term impacts as well. We did point out in Vickery Park, 230 total lots, 104 futures, 126 vacant. This phase was just delivered in the first quarter, and I think my team they wanted to put this on the map. Phase 2's got groundwork underway. The developer would like to do 50 homes this year, so that's one that we'll certainly keep an eye on there in Flower Mound. And of course, Frontera future mixed use, 201 single family lots, about 750 multifamily units are planned. So we think that they'll probably do the single family first there, but that zoning was just approved in May. So that was just approved, you know, last month. So that's all in the design phase of right now. This is we talked about this the other day. This is the old go-kart racetrack over there, if you're just kind of familiar with that area. So that's been kind of thought about being for sale for some time. So as we move on into talking about projections, this is a TEA transfer report. Now, this report is put out by TEA every year. So our team doesn't compile this report. We just load this up once TEA releases it in March. The top chart here represents transfers into Lewisville. So these are school districts that transfer students into Lewisville. These students that live outside the school district but transfer in. You see, you get significant number from Denton, about 50, it grew by 50 last year. I think this was really during COVID to see an increase in incoming transfers was a credit to the district as well. I think that was probably an important sign there that they came in. We saw some increases. Now, this chart is actually much larger. I might pop out and show it to you here in a minute. When TEA reports this, if you go to their website, there might be another 20 school districts that have incoming transfers to Lewisville, but because of FERPA laws, they can't show the number, so it shows an NA for that number. So our team deletes that just so it fits on the slide. So, like if you added the numbers here, this 862, it wouldn't add to 862. But I guarantee you that's how many students that there are. Now, the flip side of that is how many students did Lewisville lose last year, or better way to say, how many students transferred out that lived in Lewisville. That number jumped by about 300 students. Now, keep in mind, that didn't mean that if they live in Lewisville and transfer out, okay, that doesn't mean that it's a new group of 4,300 every year. So this is just, it increased by 300. Most of that was seen, you've got a couple of charter schools here that grew a little bit. You see the college prep, they grew by a little over about 150 students. I think that the North Texas Collegiate Academy grew a little bit. What's not shown on here is Hallsville. Hallsville, which is one of the virtual academies, they are drawing about 50 students from Lewisville as well. But they were drawing last year as well about 43, so it wasn't a big jump. And then we did see a little bit of increase in Carrollton Farmers Branch. That was probably the second largest one that was a non-charter. So transfers are also something that we need to keep an eye on. With that, the enrollment projections, I haven't made an adjustment to those since our last quarter. We are expecting, things we're calling it the COVID bounce back. As we get closer into the fall, I kind of hope that our kindergarten comes in a little low. I really think, we've been looking at birth rates, and we've showed that birth rate information to you guys before. I think, historically, Lewisville's been capturing about 95 to 96% of the births. Last year, that 2,800 represented only about 80%. Our 21-22 kindergarten number represents about a 92% capture. So we didn't bounce it back to the full 96 until year 3. So I think there's potential that you guys could end up around 3,400 kindergarten students. And I still believe there's a chance you're going to see a bump in like 6-year-old kindergarten students. Parents that just simply decided to wait a year, and they're going to bring them in as 6-year-olds. That our company's been kind of talking through some of that statewide as well. And with most of our clients, we do think you're going to see a little bit of bounce there. So again, we think you'll jump back over 50,000 students next year. You're going to see a couple of years, and really what's happened here with your kindergarten enrollment is we saw birth rates decline pretty significantly in Lewisville. Now, in the zip codes that represent Lewisville, we saw 3 or 4 years of birth rate declines. They're now going to begin to impact the district, and that's why those kindergarten classes remain kind of small there. Again, I think you're going to be settling in eventually back at that 50,000 number. And if kindergarten can bounce back up to 3,500 like you were a few years ago, whether through birth rates or through recapture, then you could be back on trend to hit 52,000 again. By campus, we've got a couple of slides here. I know this is small for you guys to look at, but this is your enrollment forecast by campus. We are showing Memorial. I don't think in our previous, things hadn't been approved yet, so we hadn't worked their projections in at that time. But we are showing Memorial now on the slide. Your biggest jump next year, almost 1,400 students, we think can happen at elementary, and that is where we think the majority of your bounce back is going to happen. We feel like if students are going to remain virtual outside of Lewisville, or if they're going to remain homeschooling, it's likely going to be more at the secondary level. So you could see a drop off at secondary next year, about 400 students. And then again, your high school is going to remain relatively flat, we believe, next year with exiting and entering students. So again, decline, I know you saw that 8% decline over a 5-year period, but keep in mind, that's a little bit distorted over five years because of last year. That was significant. And again, enrollment down 2.4% from 1920. I think that's a typo right now. It says form. That's really from. New home starts increased by 8% from the fourth quarter, so a little bit of an increase there. 1,880 lots available right now, and again, I think you're going to sit right in that 49 to 50,000 students over the next 10 years. It's good seeing everyone. I'm happy to take questions, talk about things.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Dr. Bonner?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Lasan?
All the talk about the TEA transfer report, and I am curious, do we maintain a list, or do they maintain a list somewhere? I just think it would be interesting to see, we have the transfers in and out, but, how many kids do we have from Denton ISD that, have been with us for a long time? How many, that to me would be interesting to see.
We do track some of that information. I think it's important to understand the transfer out is really the majority of those numbers are kids that live within LISD boundaries that don't go to LISD schools. So it may be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rocky, but it may be that some of these kids never attended an LISD school. It's just that they live within our boundaries, our 126 square miles. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Yeah, I'm sure a chunk of those were never in your school. Yes.
Okay.
But to your question, I mean, we have in the past tracked that. We've actually presented that to y'all, and we can certainly provide that to you.
That would just be interesting to see.
This past year was, of course, an anomaly in so many things.
Oh, gosh,
so,
yes, absolutely.
And I think we're about to talk about some attendance tracking software, so that can actually help us with that.
Yeah. And we actually also, because we've worked with the district for so long, we can look at not transaction. I don't know if you remember reports where we've shown the newcomer leaver reports, so we've talked about that in the past, where we can track student IDs now. Our team is developing a way to look at a student ID to see if it returns. What's going to be really interesting is we can look at your 1920 student IDs and see which ones weren't there this year and see how many of those come back next year. Mm-hmm. So that's some research that we hope to be able to do for next year, for next fall.
That would be very cool. And the only other thing I was going to just comment on is, as far as next year and what kind of, we think we'll have a jump in, kindergartners and such. I also kind of wonder if first grade might have that jump too, because I have a friend who she just kept her kid at the private kindergarten this year because COVID was weird and they didn't know what was going to happen. And so, anyway, I think I would be guessing first grade would jump as well.
I agree. You beat me to it, or what you said. You said and I didn't. I wasn't about to say it, but I thought that is something we generally hit on that as well.
Yeah.
Because there probably are a lot of kindergarten students out there that are now going to come to first grade.
Yeah. Thanks, Rocky.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Good seeing you.
Mrs. Cox?
So kind of to piggyback on Ms. Lasan's question, does the district roughly know kind of what our kindergarten count looks like right now, currently, from people that have signed up during the roundup?
Right now, we don't. We're estimating, guessing based on demographic reports and then, the registration that we are getting. Rebecca Clark might have a better answer for that because she monitors the registration part of that. She was here.
The question was, do we have a good estimate as far as right now of what's happening with kindergarten roundup and numbers?
Not handy but I can certainly work with Kathy Brain to get those numbers for you.
Yeah, I'd just like to roughly know what we have from the roundup portion, who've actually signed up.
Well, we didn't do traditional roundup as we have in the past, if you will. Things have been a little different since COVID, so the efforts haven't looked.
Thank you. And then, this kind of was discussed, I guess, at a few meetings before, but the larger drop at Lily Jackson, is that the three-year-olds, or what is alluded to that? It's kind of in half on the numbers Ms. Rocky is reporting.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, we had planned for about 1,800 pre-K kids, and there were about 900 to 1,000, so we were short, not just us, everywhere, as Rocky talked about. We have certainly listened to the requests by some of the board to consider 3-year-olds, and actually I think we have a meeting either later this week or the first of next week to discuss that with Heidi Ville. We just want to make sure that the 3-year-old, we have all the 4-year-olds in place before we place 3-year-olds, and so there are some logistics to work out. But we absolutely, we don't want to have empty spaces that we could have a kid in there that could be benefiting from the program.
Yes, absolutely. And my last question, Rocky, you kind of alluded to it, but the numbers in here are for Stewart's Creek, so I presume then those would shift those kids that are going to other campuses on those numbers. Correct.
Right. See, Stewart's Creek is closing, and then the other, that's been reapportioned.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Mrs. Sells?
I had a couple of the same questions. I had the transfers back in. I'm glad that we're possibly going to have that software to look at that. I think there's some stories there to be told from those that come back, and so it'll be curious to see those numbers. In the kindergarten thing, Ms. Clark, I'd also like to see that historically. I know that things have been very different, but I would like to see it maybe. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. President. Is she there? Oh, but historically, and I know that it really isn't a comparison of apples to apples, but I would just like to see that maybe a few years back, maybe in the non-COVID year, and then, so maybe going back to 2019.
Probably.
Yeah, go back 5 years, yeah.
You mean actual enrollment numbers?
Well, at this point in time.
Oh, before the
Do y'all keep that? Do y'all track that?
predicted enrollment
Yes.
or enrollment before the school year starts?
Yes. Y'all keep that?
I don't know if we can get y'all. I'll talk with Kathy, but I don't think our data is kept in the way.
Okay.
We'll check on that. I think.
We'll look into it, but I don't know.
Okay.
I think the important part, and Rocky Mike can help us, is we need to look at kindergarten enrollment compared to birth rates 5 years earlier.
Okay.
There's no doubt that birth rates across our nation are down. That's part of the millennial touch as far as there. And so, I've been in hospital board meetings where they've discussed it. So we know that.
Any data would help me get a reference of where we're at and what.
And I think the key to that kindergarten is that birth rate. At one time we were at 95% capturing them, and that's dropped to 92. And so I'll work with Rocky to get some of those percentages from the years past in those numbers.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I can send. Yep, Mr. Cost, thank you. Yeah, I can send you a chart that shows your historical birth rates for like the last 10 years, and then what the 5 years later what kindergarten enrollment looked like to kind of give you an idea. And it'll also show what our the next 4 years. I think 2019 is last year we've actually received the 2020 data has not been released yet, but we'll certainly share that.
Okay, perfect. And then my last question is, do we do any tracking on location of some of the transfers out in terms of with other school districts? Are they, are there boundaries of where they live close to those school districts, or is it just a hodgepodge?
That data is not really released. It's just we don't have where those students live. Now, in theory, I can look at a Denton geocode because they happen to be a client, and I can see where the ones. But it's not a traditional something that's available.
I just, in curiosity, and not any disrespect to my Carrollton Farmers Branch School friends, but I just can't imagine 235 kids transferring out of LISD into CFB. It just blows my mind. And so I'm wondering if there isn't, I know that there are some of those neighborhoods that are literally split by an alleyway or whatever. And so, just in terms of neighborhood, it just is a curiosity to me, but one that probably won't be able to be answered, and I appreciate that. So,
I think many of those could be employee students too, because I think some of those districts aren't necessarily open enrollment. So I think a lot of that could be employee students as well.
okay. Well, thank you, Rocky. I appreciate it. Good seeing
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
even on screen.
You too, thanks.
Mrs. Prosnick?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I was going to say that I think that of the 535 students that we have in, I would bet that a lot of that is our staff, and so I would suspect some of the others are staff going out. Rocky, could you provide us with, you have in the past, the average home prices in these areas? Because I think that is a good way to forecast what the number of students, because I think that we're, where we're at, and I think that we'll see those prices, of course, have increased a great deal.
Yes. Mr. Cost has an educational report. I think that's what I've called it, and I'll resend that to him. But it's got every subdivision that we track and the price point of the homes in that subdivision by attendance zone. So we can get that to you guys and share it.
I was surprised. It's slide 7, not slide 7. Sorry, it is page number. I was just very surprised that we have 12 elementary schools with no activity. I think that was the thing that really kind of surprised me. And, I went back and pulled those out. Is that historic that those 12 don't have activity? I don't know if you can see that on your, I know that you have a much better chart than here, so. I'm just curious if that is historically those same 12 campuses, or if this is just COVID year.
Well, I think, we're tracking new, it's all new developments, so there could be some infill housing going on in, every attendance zone. So I think, I don't know which ones, I don't think we've had any change due to COVID where housing was being, there was activity. I just think that there's a lot in some areas they're built out, so there's just not a lot of room for new activity. But I can do some looking and see if I can look at which ones are missing and see if when the last time we had some new builds in there.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Hassett?
Thank you for your presentation. I also would love to see the newcomer and leaver report. I think that's even more impactful than the TEA's report, because I do agree that some of these students we never got, and so I'd like to know. So my question also on this is that the TEA report, this is from the TEA, when do they pull the numbers?
I'm not real sure. I think it's all snapshot. They start compiling stuff after snapshot date, which is what the last Friday in October, right? That's your snapshot date. So they compile, because they don't release this until March, so I'm not sure what they're doing between October and March, other than probably validating addresses and, compiling from there. So.
Okay, so in theory, there are potential some of these kids that we then would get back, because with the leavers, each year, some leave and come back.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ms. Hassett. I think it is October snapshot, and absolutely we get some students back.
Okay.
Sure.
And then I had another question. I had a question that I would like you to pontificate, or maybe spread rumors. Forbearance. What are we looking at in theory with forbearance? I knew this happened back in 14, and I'm just worried about that.
Are you talking about what's the impact going to look like?
Yeah.
Wow, I've not done any research. I would really be starting rumors. I think it's if they've pushed back. This is just now starting to happen. Really, as we're speaking, I think that this summer we're really going to see the impact. It's hard to, I've got no idea. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if you
can
had
start
heard
over.
any rumors. I'm just worried about it happening and impacting our students. It could happen, students would have to possibly move, and that can impact
Right.
enrollment. And
I don't think, initially, I don't think we're going to see a big shift from a single-family perspective. I think there's a lot of multifamily stuff, especially in the lower income places, but it's such a mobile group that's typically chasing some rents to some extent anyway. So I don't know that you would necessarily, they'll leave Lewisville. You know, they could move to a different apartment, you know, they might have to do some apartment sharing. In the past, what happened, say back in 2000, this is the past, and I'm not saying that this impact is going to be what happened when the housing market, when we had a crash housing market before, but there was a lot of home sharing where it wasn't multifamily, it was multiple family households, and not, you know, where they would move in and share households for some time being. And where we got into that, I don't know if you remember or not, because this would have been 10 years, we've been working here a long time, but we did research to where if there's the two different last names at the same address, and of course, that was even tricky because there's a lot of blended families now. But we did see if it was, you know, you said 3 or more students and 2 different last names or something like that. We tried to do some research, but really it's pretty hard.
okay. Well,
Sorry.
if you find any rumors about that, and if it does possibly affect enrollment, if you'll share those little rumors with us, it'd be great.
Okay. Love to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. For me, what stuck out was, like others, the TEA report, slide number 16. And maybe it just caught my attention this time differently than it has in the past. But what stuck out to me was that 13 of the 22 options here are not public schools. They're public funded, but they're not public schools. They're open charters. And if you look at the transfer in at 862, if we take that away from the 3017, that leaves us at 3455, and about 3,300 students are going to the charters. So there's about 150 student difference there that we are going to some public school, right? Or I guess, they're transferring out. And so in that, I guess it's just, you know, more thought for us to consider why some of these transfers are happening. And I agree with Mrs. Sells. CFB did stick out to me a little bit, especially when you look at that growth over the last 5 years. I know of people in LISD who teach in CFB and their kids go there, but that's a pretty big number. And I think it just begs the question, you know, how are we going to, as a district, address some of these things? You're providing us data. We need to look at what our strategies are to try and capture some of these students that must clearly live within a Lewisville ISD address, within that political subdivision, but are going to school elsewhere.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't have any questions.
I'm optimistic that this fall, when the census data comes up, we're going to get some census data released that's called SF1 data, which is their smallest geography of populations. And our hope is to look at that 5 to 18 population by block, which means we should be able to tell you in any particular area that there are, you know, back in 2020, that, for instance, there are 300 5 to 18-year-olds here, and based on your geocode, we're getting 270. So you've got 30 kids you're not getting. So we can kind of begin to look at, to the point of a question that was asked earlier, we can kind of see where maybe you're getting larger shares. So as a nerd, I'm really excited about some research that can happen this fall, actually.
Thank you. Good to see you again. We'll see you in a few months.
Great. You guys too. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rocky.
Bye now.
Let me just say one thing as
Sure.
far as the other thing that's still up in the air, as I know the board's aware of, and that's the virtual learning and the potential impact that could, you know, so we had 900 families apply that they wanted virtual, and 90% of them said their reason was health or safety reasons for why they wanted to remain virtual. And of course, we know what happened with House Bill 1468. And, you know, I don't know that there's good news. I was on the on the phone with the commissioner today, and, you know, he says for us to wait a week and a half that he's going to have more updates. But a lot of our peer districts that were planning virtual, such as Keller, I talked to Rick Westfall there earlier today. I talked to Sarah Bonser in Plano today. I talked to Mike Waldrop. They're actually planning to pull the plug on virtual. They're not going to wait. And, you know, we're in a time crunch. We're already behind the 8 ball. And so that's going to be another factor in this demographic thing, because how many of those folks are going to go ahead and come back to in-person, and how many people are going to go to some of these virtual charter schools that are already in operation is going to be a big question. So it's really disappointing, but we'll continue to keep the board updated on that.
If I could ask a question, if it's a virtual charter school, don't they have the same issue with funding?
Yeah, no, they don't
Not
have.
the current 8 that are in existence by law.
That's right.
That's, a lot of these on the list are the 8, or Hallsville and Huntsville.
Or Grapevine Colleyville's programs. Some are charter, some are public schools. You heard Rocky talk about Hallsville. I think a very small school district, and I think they have an enrollment of about 20,000 because so many people transferred into that virtual program because it was one of the early districts that adopted that.
And one of those being responsive ed.
I didn't see a lot of responsive ed on here, though, unless, I mean...
They go by a lot of different...
Yeah, I know they do, and they're in a lot
They're
of different
under the
locations.
Texas College Preparatory Academy line.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Miller, I'd just like to leave, I was just looking because one of these I hadn't heard of, and if I'd seen it, it hadn't stuck out. But Brazos River Charter School is in Nemo, Texas. It has an accountability rating, and we know what we feel about that, but of C, but their 4-year graduation rate is 59%. That saddens me. That parents do not do due diligence and understand the success of LISD when they, even if it is just that few number that is going there. That saddens me. You want to talk about success, talk to any of these trustees and any of these staff members sitting here, and they can tell you more than one story, not only their child, but other children. That saddens me.
Good point. Dr. Epp, are you saying, so Founders would fall under...
The Texas College Preparatory umbrella is
Okay.
what their schools are all grouped under.
Okay, thank you.
Which makes it interesting to track data on them.
Dr. Rapp.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Clark to come up and join Mr. Kosh, and we are going to talk about student attendance software that is up on the June 14th agenda.
So as you know, over the course of the last few years, it's become important to find our kids, encourage our kids to come to school, and keep track of them once they're here, and communicate home with parents, and at times file truancy through the court system. And that's become more and more difficult as legislation has come out, this changing landscape of truancy, loss of credit, and attendance. And so we're bringing forth to you a discussion item about an attendance software to add some consistency to LISD so that we can better do this at a higher fidelity.
All right, good evening. So when we look at the systems that we currently have in place, while Skyward is multifunctional on many levels, it doesn't have good functionality for supporting the needs to monitor chronic absenteeism. There's a lot of back-end reporting that has to happen, and then when we're thinking about these kids that are chronically absent, day to day, where are they today? How many absences have they had? How are we supporting them? What are the interventions, the communication? There's no functionality for that in Skyward or any other system that we have. So our campuses tend to have these very fragmented processes. Let's use this Google Sheet. Let's
Let's use email, let's use a report from Skyward, and it is a very inefficient system for our administrators. And some of our campuses that are high needs with this, it's a very real struggle to appropriately, timely address the needs of those kids who are struggling with attendance. And so we've really identified that we have to have some improved system to support this work at the campus, to monitor what's going on with kids who are chronically absent, with excuse or without, to intervene in a way that's effective and that we're documenting, communicating with all stakeholders, parents, kids, teachers, eventually the courts if we need to, developing those loss of credit plans, and then if we have to, file truancy. And so what we're proposing as a solution is acquisition of a third-party software product. One of the things that we really are excited to possibly be able to bring is a dashboard functionality where, as a campus administrator, I can go and see on a dashboard, here's my kids that are struggling today. Here's where they're at. Here's what I've done. Here's what I need to do. So we're looking for that dashboard functionality. We're looking to bring some structure for our campus administrators to, you have a student with 3 unexcused absences or 5 or 6. What are you supposed to do? What does the district recommend as an intervention? And then what do I do to put that in place and to document that I've done it? And then how do I communicate with parents? We have emails, we have phone calls. That's a lot to kind of track what's happening where. So we're looking for some integration with that communication, mail merge, email merge, the ability to message right from a platform. And so then looking at these communication tools, looking at putting plans in place, pulling together all the pieces that are necessary if we do have to file truancy. As Mr. Kosh mentioned, that's not been the most effective process in recent years, but certainly we can improve our success with it if we have some consistency in that paperwork. And then really creating a single location. Instead of spreadsheets scattered around and emails all over the place, we're looking for the one place to track and manage chronic absenteeism. And more than anything, what this is going to do potentially is allow campus and district oversight. Mr. Kosh and I want to be able to see when we have campuses who have high absenteeism rates and what are the campuses doing. I want campus principals to be able to look at their campus data on a daily basis and know what's going on with these intervention efforts. So where are we at this point? We did an RFP process through purchasing. We had an evaluation team that participated, included myself, Mr. Kosh, David Kuntz, and Kathy Bray. We also brought in 4 campus administrators that represented all levels. We had a high school, a 9-10 campus, a middle school, and an elementary person, so that input was involved in our process. We do have a solution that's been selected, and we anticipate bringing you a consent item at a future meeting. And we do have the opportunity to use ESSER funds to allow us to implement this for the upcoming school year. And it will potentially, if put in place, be an annual expense. So it's software licensing. And then our next steps would be, if this purchase is approved by the board, we would move forward with summer implementation to customize this solution for what our district wants and needs, have it ready for the upcoming school year, and then we'll provide training to every campus administrator as well as all clerical staff that supports them. And that's a big part of the process too, is there's a lot of hands in trying to get attendance improved for students. And we want to be sure that we have a tool that not just administrators are using, but the attendance clerks and the other support staff that help them. And then we anticipate that this type of system will allow us to be a lot more responsive to chronic absenteeism. Ultimately, the goal is to reduce that loss of instructional time, and that's what we hope this product will bring.
Yeah, and board, I would just remind you, we saw the OFSDP presentation and talked about Knott High School. There's no doubt one of the major factors that leads to a student being at risk is poor attendance at school, and so it's absolutely connected, and so we see this as a valuable tool that we can use.
Dr. Bonner.
It's a little discouraging to hear that principals may not have the tools they need to, take care of attendance issues, and absolutely the state did us no favors several years back by hamstringing truancy issues at the campus level. Rebecca, I'm really encouraged to hear that perhaps there'll be an attendance matrix right, that can be implemented district-wide, much like classroom management or discipline matrix. Let's talk about cost for just a second. Do you anticipate that the increased cost of our attendance program, this $160,000 or whatever it is, will be offset by increased attendance and the monies that flow therein? In other words, really it's going to pay for itself. Do you anticipate that?
We do. We're actually very encouraged with the possibility that when we look at the students who had chronic absenteeism this year, even recouping a day or two for each of those kids would pay for the program itself. So there is tremendous potential. And to answer your question about the attendance matrix, if you will, that's exactly what we anticipate, putting in place both required and recommended actions at each level of absenteeism.
Good.
I might add, too, it really will help us to have this consistent type of oversight from an elementary school to a middle school to a high school, the same family, siblings, so that the same message is repeated over and over again with the family and the students to come to school.
Just one more broad follow-up. This is an add-on to Skyward. It's outside the Skyward system. They're going to have to talk together, et cetera. Has there been any incident, I have to have an answer right now, but has there been any conversation about a more comprehensive system where it's all integrated that has an attendance package? That's just something to think about, doesn't require an answer.
Mrs. Lasan?
Thank you. I actually think this sounds like a really great idea. I like this. So it looks like this is going to be on the board, on the agenda for the next board meeting, and I see the cost in there. But do we know, I'm assuming that this won't be the cost yearly. This is the implementation cost, I guess, that's in here?
That actually could be potentially the cost annually.
It could? Okay. And so, with ESSER funds being used to, pay for it, that's great. But we know that ESSER funds aren't going to go on forever, so that's just 2 years. Okay. So I'm just putting that out there. And then the other thing, this kind of made me think of back in the day when I used to work, in city government, and I see that Mr. Kuntz was on your team, for evaluating. Is there some sort of, and this might be a question for Mr. Colbeck, but I'm assuming there's some sort of like evaluation process of when a group, come, and this is maybe just for the board's information, like when a group like them, but they find a product that they want to use, of how they go and make sure that all of our technology jives together. Sorry, I'm going to make you talk today.
Sure. I can generally speak to that. I think it comes down to who are the functional people that are going to be using that. So I think what Rebecca shared, bringing in people from the campus, people that are using it, people that are going to be helping, administer it. Those are the folks that we want to make sure are included in those evaluations. So it's typically it revolves around what the solution is and which groups are actively using it.
Okay.
We try to get them in the evaluation process.
But your technology people are looking at it and saying, okay, yes, this will work with what's
That's
what
part
we
of.
have.
We would constantly ask David the questions.
Right.
How does this work with Skyward? How can we do this? Can the district support this? What does this look like down the road? How does it fit with what we already do? So that's the important part of having his expertise on the panel.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Cox?
Well, Ms. Clark, it's good to hear that the cost of this program might pay for itself. But I have to ask, have we approached Skyward of an implementation that they could come up with, or the challenges that we've had? Because I will tell you that is a frustration, I think, of staff and teachers. One more program that now we have to learn and do again. I mean, we saw it with Canvas and, and all that. So that's just one more thing that we now have to learn and implement. So.
Yes, ma'am, and we are very aware of that. That was actually a key talking point in our conversation is that it does seem like we continue to add programs. When you go to the Learning Hub, with the L Hub, there's a lot of choices for you. It is my understanding, and David is here in the back, and he can speak to this more, but it is my understanding that this is what we need is not available through what Skyward offers us, both with what we have now or with cumulative. So, David, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I just want to see if we've had conversation, if it's something maybe they would be under consideration. I mean, they obviously have programmers that are always looking to implement their program as well.
And I might add, the ease of the dashboard will give that instant feedback, to where if you're using Skyward, you're going to have to build reports and then wait for the data to generate. So the dashboard and the ease and the use of the program should offset the fact of possibly having to learn another system.
So, Ms. Clark, would it be fair to say that this very jumbled system of campuses using all these various ways to report these absences versus having might actually be easier for people than, hey, some people I got to send an email, some people I got to do this? I mean, I think that's at least the thinking, right?
It is very much the thinking. Our administrators that got to preview these products were extremely excited about the potential for what this could do. And we did pick some administrators from campuses that have very high volume and need in this area, and they were pretty excited about the potential for just the efficiency of their own work with this. I think they're going to honestly find that the burden of having to go to a different application is going to far be outweighed by the benefit that they're going to see in being able to monitor those kids.
And Ms. Clark, teachers won't, I mean, this doesn't touch teachers. This is just attendance clerks and assistant principals and principals.
That's correct. At this point, this software has no application for teachers and only looks at the actual truancy, chronic absenteeism, loss of credit process through office staff and administration.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sells?
Are we going to be able to have a test run of this before first day of class?
That's a good question. So we're going to be on a real time crunch. Let's assume that the product is approved. We'll have about 6 weeks to customize. I do have someone who's going to be helping me, assuming that this is approved, and we'll be doing the very best we can to get it live by the start of school. We would anticipate not training administration at Thrive, but shortly, either right before school starts or right after the start of school.
Okay. And then if by some miracle, somewhere down the line, we were able to go to a virtual, I know that the attendance for our virtual learning option was an issue. Is this something that can be then, or is this just for?
Yeah, this really isn't for taking attendance. It's for
truancy.
using the attendance record and tracking
Okay.
who is not attending and when they hit certain.
And it would work with virtual attendance
Okay.
in terms of
And I'm
tracking
just
it.
thinking of tracking because there was that issue of stuff. And then, thank you for having the demos to these, to the group and the 4 assistant principals, but was any of the demos given an opportunity to be had by the attendance clerks who actually?
No, it was not, and Kathy Bray and I talked about that after the fact, that we wish we had included them. However, what we did do is we had multiple demos. So we had the demos with our team, and then we asked our 2 finalists back for subsequent demos because we were really trying to process through some of the differences, and we were able to show some of these demo stuff to 2 people in Kathy's office who are former attendance clerks who work with her. So we feel like we were able to bring that input in.
Thank you.
Mrs. Prosnick?
I'm going to ask, is this a result of the PEMS audit?
No, because, go ahead.
I was going to say absolutely not. This was started in my head even before we knew we were doing auditing. However, I do think there's certainly lots of ways that this can improve getting kids in school.
That's a great question, Ms. Prosnick. I don't think we've seen the I mean, I know they haven't, I haven't actually even seen it, so, you know, I think it does go back to, we know that there's some systems and lack thereof in some of these areas, which is why we even suggested that the PEMS audit be a potential.
I had started looking for solutions about 2 years ago, and we previously weren't ready to spend or asked to spend that money.
And I do think Dr. Bonner's question is something that we've absolutely had some preliminary, very discussions about, and it is about, is there a better, bigger system? Now, I don't want to have that discussion right now as we're coming off a pandemic, because it would not be the time to start and throw everything out the window and start from scratch. But I do believe somewhere in the future that has to be an important discussion regarding HR, regarding finance, regarding all these kind of things. And of course, it is an investment when we decide to at least discuss.
What am I thinking next? Because that was my next question. No, you're fine. My last question is, in some ways, how does it work with Skyward? I think that we have talked as a board early on that attendance, it's why it's part of our dashboard, and tracking it, and why it's part of our dashboard. Will this system also work with, is it Edugents? Edugents. We have, everyone loves their own education thing. Edugents. Will this work with Edugents, or will our dashboard still just be working with Skyward, which is what it does now?
This program is not anticipated to work with Edugents. What it does, in a brief nutshell, is it pulls down the attendance data in a way that we tell it to in terms of codes and numbers, and it pulls it into the program, and then based on the parameters that we set, an assistant principal, for example, could go to their dashboard and see, I have 10 students who have reached their third unexcused absence. I need to send them the truancy warning letter. I have 5 students who've reached their 5th unexcused absence. I need to put a behavior intervention contract in place for them, so on and so forth, plus tracking all of those steps that you've taken. So you can go to a kid and you can actually see, here's every intervention step I've taken, here's the communication I've had with the parents, and so that's the key functionality of it.
So it's not, but we would still be getting our attendance reports. I guess that's what I'm trying to
Yes,
differentiate for our dashboard. Our attendance that we're looking at is still going to come from Skyward, because we don't need to track at that micro level. That's not what I'm asking, that we need to track at that micro level. I do think this system could very well be used, especially in middle school, when we talk about identifying students that are having trouble and issues coming to school, because the earlier you can catch that, the better. And I think middle school is that magic age that we can do that.
Some schools are really good at this, and some need the support and guidance for that consistency's sake. And so this allows that to happen, and allows Rebecca and myself at our level to oversee and to see where we're standing campus to campus, with, instead of 68 different ways to file the paperwork and present the case to court, now we're very consistent with what we're trying to present as a case.
I'm very big on one standard.
Mrs. Hassett.
Thank you for the presentation. I really, really like the idea, and of course, love the idea of reducing instructional loss time. But I do have the same concerns of one more thing. Just came off COVID, and here's one more thing that we have to do. And so if we are going to talk about a different system in the future, I would be very interested in when that future would be. Because are we going to have a new system and only for a year or two, and then we're going to switch to a new system? I don't know, I'm a little concerned about the change, multiple changes between Skyward and a new system, and then later a big system. Do we have any idea as to when that future might be? 5 years, 2 years?
5 years sounds real good to me.
5 years.
No, I don't have an idea. All I know is that it won't be in the next year or so, because Ms. Hassett, I agree, but you going to have to look at the global piece versus, segmented pieces and how it all works. And is there a better system? Yeah, it's a pain to go through the changeover, and that's why we wouldn't ever even consider doing that in the next year or so. We would also have to depend, and of course we depend on Brian and David Kuntz and all those folks as far as would we have to run two systems for a period of time. So all I can tell you is it won't be anytime soon, and it's millions of dollars too. And so, but eventually you do get to a point. Skyward, we were early adopters of Skyward, one of the first large school districts that adopted it. Skyward is not very customer oriented. They're very difficult to get stuff done. And, we need HR to be able to communicate with finance and all these different systems. And so that's what would cause us eventually to at least go out and see what options there are. We may look at options and decide we'll stick with what we have, but I can promise you it won't be in the next year or so.
Okay, as long as we're not trying to change and change and change. But I'm very interested in trying to figure out what systems are available and the price tag and how much it can streamline everybody's job so that they have less things to input in less places. Thank you.
We would all love that.
Thank you for all your hard work on this. I have a lot of alarms going off, and I'd start with the PEAMS audit. I really think this is a premature decision given what's going to come out of the PEAMS audit. A lot of things, this is what I would do with my clients. I would start with process, then go to systems. I think we're going to see a lot of things within PEAMS that are some process issues. How does a substitute do attendance? Where are these spreadsheets coming from, these emails, that type of thing? I think some of this will get synthesized a little bit with some recommendations from PEAMS. Now, you guys have focused particularly on truancy and chronic absenteeism, but it is adding another system. And so, to Dr. Bonner's point, is there a bigger plan? To Mrs. Cox's point, it's another system. I actually think we're better off waiting. We're waiting to implement something either after Christmas break or next year until we see what comes out of the PEAMS report. Because there are some things that get covered here. For example, Skyward doesn't give us the ability to have good visibility of attendance across campuses. We know that today, right? It's a very difficult system to get information out of. And we saw that in the PEAMS audit, where we were having a hard time getting kind of universal data on attendance. So now we're going to put this in place. It doesn't necessarily fix our PEAMS issues, but PEAMS, the results of the PEAMS, the actions from the PEAMS audit may actually address some of these issues, and it just seems that the responsible thing to do would be just wait a couple more months until we have those insights, and then we combine that, and if it makes sense then, because I assume that the vendor's going to require a multi-year agreement, maybe not, but you're talking $160,000 a year, so the question is it worth $160,000? Like, do we know that truancy, which is what you're addressing here, versus just chronic, kind of general attendance issues, that costs us $160,000 a year? Have we monetized that, looked at it, and have specifically tied it to truancy, right? Versus maybe irresponsible parenting, or saying, hey, I don't care if we only get 8 excused absences, I'm taking my kid to the doctor again. I mean, the timing is just a little bit off for us to do this, I think, the right way, and it may be that the right way is to implement this. But doing it absent of the PEAMS audit, and I know that has run behind, just seems to me, instinctively it has some concerns for me. So I would ask for you guys to go back and rethink the recommendation until you get the PEAMS results, because there are process issues in their M&Ps that might actually address some of this, and then you can work together. For example, We know Skyward's not going to give us universal, I mean, hey, attendance clerk runs a compensatory, a run at 9 o'clock. And then she or he runs another run at 10 minutes after 9. That's a compensatory run, right? And then they may run it sometimes later in the day. Or our systems allow for them not to run it today, but to put attendance in 2 days later, right? So they're considered present if nobody's entered the data. Those are a lot of things that have to be addressed, and they fit within the context, I think, of what you guys are doing. And so if we weren't under the crunch of you wanting to implement it before school starts, it just seems to me the sequencing should be get the PEAMS audit back, look at the recommendations, see how this fits into it, and if we move ahead, great. But I do think a more macro level view. For example, have we interviewed districts that have Skyward and how they've addressed this? I'm assuming districts that use Skyward have addressed this issue. Have they done it through third-party software, or have they come up with mechanisms within Skyward to address it? And I know Skyward's very difficult, but that's my concern on this one. It's a timing issue. I think we're about a month and a half off of having a holistic view that would actually help us make a better long-term view.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, I get your point about the PEAMS audit, and you're right, it's running behind, and it's not anyone's fault. I mean, I don't think the PEAMS audit is going to address the systems that what we're trying to do is standardize to make this reporting. The good thing is it's a 1 year, you're not locked in for multiple years. I mean, if we find out it's not worth it, we absolutely, I would not be in favor of trying to implement it mid-year. I'm not going to, we have a little bit of downtime at the start of a school year to get people trained. I would not try to implement mid-year. So I think that's the discussion we'd have to have next week as far as implement it or not, but not implement mid-year.
That's fair. But then I would suggest that, unless you can show an ROI in the first year, I think there are things in the PEAMS audit that will, there'll be a confluence of what you're trying to do here and some recommendations there. And it just, early on at IBM, we used to take clients to a house that was built, and they'd add on this room and that room, and next thing, the house was ugly, and it had all these, they're adding things on because of different reasons, right? We did that for a reason. We were sending a message that, hey, you got to step back on some of this stuff and resist the sense of urgency. And this is one where, again, we're going to get some really good insights from PEAMS, and it just seems that it would make sense for us to maybe, and I hate to deprive you guys of it, but I just think you're going to see some benefits that would be in our best interest from a long-term perspective.
I completely understand where you're coming from on that, but I think from our standpoint, we see what Skyward can't do. And Skyward can't systematically allow us to produce the documents consistently across the campuses. It gets us the data, but the end result, the court filings are a little fragmented, and that's what this system would allow us to do that Skyward can't.
And the only thing I would offer up, I think, along those lines is really the PEAMS audit when you're talking about teacher attendance taking procedures is different than what's needed to file truancy on students and deal with chronic absenteeism. And so we've known for a while this pain point that our administrators have around pursuing truancy, providing packages to the court that will support them in communicating to families. You need to get your kids in school. So I would say even pre any conversation about PEAMS audit, this has been a pain point as Ms. Clark has shared. And so it's really solving a different issue. We know they have chronic absenteeism, even if the way teachers take attendance in Skyward has room to be improved. So it's two different buckets of things.
And we'll absolutely provide a list of school districts that use this
And I can speak a little bit to that. One of the districts that I talked with multiple times was Garland, with my counterpart in Garland, which is a Skyward district, and they, we talked about the product. Actually, we talked to a couple of school districts because we looked at different products, but Garland was one in particular, and I believe they're in year 3, and so certainly seeing the value in the same type of student management system that we use.
Yeah, and I would think Garland may have even a bigger issue with truancy than we do, but across the board, again, I would just say, I'm not sure this is a strategic decision given the timing of the PEAMS audit, and I wish we had that information, and here's an example, and I think it's to Ms. Cox's point. Principals aren't probably looking at how they enforce attendance consistently anyway, let alone some of the intervention strategies that you're talking about. So now if I'm a campus leader and an attendance clerk, I'm doing my attendance, classroom attendance is coming through Skyward, assuming that a substitute or somebody hasn't done it manually, and it assumes that it's done on a timely basis, right, which it's not always done. And then now we have a principal and a attendance clerk have to look at this truancy system, and they have to look at Skyward and making sure they're running the Skyward system at the right level from a compensation perspective. Now they're going to have to run this system that may interface with Skyward, or it may not. And, again, it just seems like waiting. Again, but if you can say that there's an ROI in the first year, might be a different ballgame.
Well, and if there's not, the board will have the opportunity to vote it down a year from now, and you'll have the opportunity next week to vote
But I
it
think
down.
we should have the ROI now. If we're recommending a system for $160,000 a year, we should know that this truancy issue and the chronic absenteeism costs us whatever it is in instructional time. And we monetize that and use that as the justification. Now, otherwise, if it doesn't have an ROI, it's just an efficiency benefit, which again could be a good decision, but it's not a savings. And I think the word around the board has been people thinking there's a savings. We just need to see that. If there's a savings, let's see it. If there's not a savings, I would say let's wait for the PEAMS audit and then pull this all together. And Kathy's been a part of the PEAMS audit and pulling data, and we've seen how difficult it is to pull data in our current system, right? So that's my recommendation.
I would be happy to pull some data together for you that would look at potential return on investment, both from an instructional standpoint and a monetary standpoint, and I'll get that to you guys before this comes up on your consent agenda next week.
Thank you. Dr. Rapp?
All right, so our last one in this segment, I'm going to ask Dr. Fitzhugh to come up. She's got some things to talk to you about with the survey analysis tool. We did not do a PowerPoint on this one. She pretty much wrote up what she had to say in her item. So she's a woman of few words, so I will let her talk about why the need for this online software.
Button. Okay. Good evening. So one of the things that has kind of become apparent as we've entered COVID and just over time is that we've outgrown our current survey tools that we're using. We're surveying more and more frequently. We are trying to survey in multiple languages. We want to include more open-ended questions, and analyzing and gathering all that data is very cumbersome with the current tools that we have. So we started looking for solutions to that. We put an RFQ out, and we received a couple of proposals and quotes, and one of them met our needs. So Mr. Kuntz, because that's our technology person, sat down along with Nick Rooney and I and went through the one that met our needs the best, because communications also develops a bunch of our surveys and is responsible for pieces of the translation and making sure it goes out in multiple languages. So when we found the tool, it meets all of our needs. It does a great job at analyzing qualitative data. It doesn't just say which words are most frequently used. It puts a positive or negative along with it, so I won't have to go through and read 5,000 open-ended responses to try to figure out, just because teacher is mentioned, is it good or bad? So that's what we bring before you tonight, is just the tool that we have found, and would like to discuss the options of using some ESSER funds to purchase that for use in future year.
And Dr. Fitzhugh, while we're not going to discuss the name of the thing tonight, the board, of course, has seen that. I'm sure they have some questions as far as other things that they might want to ask you as far as how it would be used.
Certainly.
Dr. Bonner.
I'm going to clean up a mistake I made a minute ago. The cost of the attendance item is not $160,000. This is the item that's $160,000. My apologies, and I don't have any questions otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Lasan.
So my question would be, it's just $161,000 annual fee? Okay, that's not like an implementation or anything like that. So every year it'd be $161,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all.
Mrs. Cox.
Okay, I'm being a little negative, Nan, I'm sorry, but
it's okay.
As a parent of 4, I feel like I'm surveyed to death. So I just want to provide a good education for my kids, which I think the district is already doing. So my question is, I love the fact that we have open-ended questions, because I just basically go in, yes, no, I answer the questions, but I really don't have a place for comment. So is this going to be able to provide those sections for me to be able to put, I wish this, or...
Yes, ma'am. I feel like we will be able to expand on the number of open-ended questions that we put on our surveys to allow for that type of question.
Okay, and then with that, are you going to have to read all those responses? And then how are we going to implement change or whatever according to the responses?
So the system actually does the analysis for us, and there's some different ways that we can help support it in doing that analysis. But that's one of the pieces that they showed, and we walked through with the technology group as well. And so what we would do is it provides dashboards that show all the different pieces, and you can drill down and click and expand and look for different trends that you want to look through versus spending the time reading all of the answers.
I can see Ms. Hassett, Ms. Prosnick's eyes lighting up with data analysis. Thank you.
Mrs. Sells.
I like this product. I like a survey. I don't want to be surveyed to death, unlike some in our community who feel like that we don't communicate enough. I think that the surveys that we have done on our surveys and emails show that there is a fatigue that happens. So for me, if we're going to do a survey, I want it to be able to give us information that is usable and that is expanded. And I do like an open-ended question. I think that we find out a lot of things by those, but I don't necessarily want you to spend your day reading them and giving me a synopsis. So I'm all for this. I think that it will expand. It will be a more efficient and effective way for us to do a survey that is applicable without having to go, oh, well, we couldn't do that. Now we've gotten answers to something. Maybe we need to send another survey on the survey that we did, and continue that. So do we pay for what we're using now for surveys?
We do pay a small fee. It's not close to this fee.
Okay. So we will not continue that avenue then?
Yes, sir. I didn't know if I
survey monkey.
Yes.
Yeah. So we won't continue that, or will we have to continue that along with this? Is there...
I don't anticipate us continuing that, but we haven't had that discussion in terms of implementation and rollout.
Okay. So, okay. I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Brosning.
So is this a multi-year contract, or is it 1 year, we see if we like it?
I believe it's a 1-year contract, and Mr. Martin showed me a number one.
Number one, 1 year. So what other functionalities will we be using on this product?
Well, we'll use it for analysis. It also has some ways of, there's other components, we're not going with all of those, but it integrates with lots of different systems. We use lots of Google Forms right now to gather data and pull them in, and so I think we can use this for some of those pieces as well. It works through our SIS, so there are things that we send home to parents when we're trying to gather information that we could use this for. It also has the ability to translate a lot easier than what we currently have, so I think that that's a piece that will be really helpful for us. When Nick Rooney saw how easy it was to get the different languages stacked, that's when he was like, this is it right here. So I feel like it's going to make a lot of our jobs a little bit easier in terms of getting information and then pulling it together to make decisions.
Kind of piggybacking on our last topic, I like a standardization. So if we go with this, I would like for it to be used across the board in every department. I would be very disappointed to hear that you're using the survey tool and another department's using another survey tool. So that's my 2 cents.
I think we had everyone that we knew of that would be using surveys at the table, right?
I didn't have everybody who's ever sent a survey, but the biggest users were there. But I will say we are a very Google-friendly district, so a lot of times when we want quick answers, we'll throw together a Google form. And so we might have a few Google holdouts that we're working to start using the new tool, but the goal would be for this to replace all of our Google forms so we get all of our data in one place in terms of surveying.
And I'm going to piggyback off Ms. Cox. How much time are we going to take in training for this new fun? Since you just because you said Google Forms, and I've certainly gotten Google Forms from campuses, et cetera, to answer. So
I think that that's a piece in terms of campus use and all the different users. There will have to be a training piece in how we roll it out. So it might not be immediate that every single Google form goes away, but the goal would be that the majority of surveying that is done would go through this tool.
And Dr. Fitzhugh, the majority of surveys would not only go through this tool, but go through you or communications. Is that fair to say? Or?
That would be a goal, but again, I don't know how much off-the-radar surveying is being done. That doesn't come, if that makes, like if a teacher decides they want to send out a Google form to their students, that doesn't always go through me. So I don't want to say everything because there might be something that skirts by.
I'm not looking for those surveys.
Okay.
Mrs. Hassett?
Are we going to use the data for the campus profiles on this?
Say that one more time.
Are we going to use it for campus profiles?
We will, because I'll send the parent survey out, the senior survey out. We've started surveying students this year. That's not part of the profile, but we will use that for that. And I would love to find a way to gather some co-curricular, extracurricular data using it, but I have to figure it out first.
Okay. For the analysis, can we customize the analysis and the searches of what we want to make sure to look for?
Yes. It's pretty dashboard-esque, click, move around, drill down.
You don't have to read it anymore?
Say that again?
You don't have to read it anymore?
Well, I can if I want to, but...
Have you read reviews or get referrals on how friendly or how appropriate the analysis tool is to make sure that it's really a good AI?
Everything that we have read and seen about it is that it is a good tool to use and it is user-friendly.
Okay. I'm going to just make sure that it's, if you say to search for XYZ, it actually... Right. Can it do any of the SEL type surveys that we might be...
It can do any type of survey we want to put into it, so yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzhugh. So I actually have a lot to say about this that I'm going to hold back on.
Okay.
But I will pull it from consent to affirm the decision, because I think, this is something that you all know, and even Dr. Bonner, when he was in HR, that there's a particular taxonomy behind how you do surveys. And so we have interest levels on what's the dashboard look like? How do we get notifications? What if we need an intervention? Do they do text analytics? There's a lot of things like that I'm not sure who will you evaluated, but I would say that very comfortable that very sophisticated organizations, far beyond what a school district is, and no disrespect to a school district, would use tools like this to make good decisions. And so if Mr. Colbeck was up there, he'd probably say that Gartner would say that this is a very good tool, which, I'm sorry, Forrester, I believe. Forrester has ranked these. And so I think that when we get to next week, we can talk about it a little more. But I think everybody will be very pleased, and there will be, to your point about standardization, maybe opportunities outside of this to where you bring customer experience and employee experience together because they are connected, right? And so looking forward to that. Thank you for all your work on this, and David, and Brian, and team. Thank you. Well, speaking of Brian, Mr. Colbeck.
So as Mr. Colbeck comes up, as I said earlier regarding the virtual, the hybrid classroom tech project or pilot, started really as a discussion about what we might need to put in place for virtual classrooms. Some of that's still in limbo, but there's still some needs that we want to discuss with you as far as potential needs. So, Brother Colbeck.
All right, thank you. Before we get started, I just want to introduce Chris Langford, our Director of Network Infrastructure and Cybersecurity, Michelle Jacobson, Director of Digital Learning, and then also we have connecting virtual Mr. Travis Fitzgerald, who's a social studies teacher at Hebron High School. He's going to share some of his experiences with this technology in just a minute. So to start it off, I guess I can advance this, right? All right. And Dr. Rogers touched on this a little bit. Why were we looking at doing the pilot? And essentially it comes down to a very simple element. What we need to do is allow to have anybody connecting virtual to have a better experience with audio and video. And as we started off the year with a high number of students in that virtual setting. Certainly in situations where we had co-seated students, that's very challenging to do. If you think about, I've shared during our meetings here, when we have to set up meetings to have in-person and remote people, we're dealing with high-end video in here, lots of audio to make that experience good. So how do you make that happen in a classroom? That's really what we were trying to set out. We wanted to capture what we call classroom audio. So in a classroom, as a teacher might be moving around, how do we actually capture the audio so that they're not fixed just in front of a webcam? And that allows the teacher to be a little bit more mobile and allow you to really use some of the other instructional elements that are in the classroom. We want to engage the students remotely. We want them to feel a part, and it's really more than just students. I think anybody using this technology, we want them to feel a part of the experience. If it's a meeting, if it's a class, having that good quality video and audio allows them to be more engaged. I think we were also set out to try to reduce the amount of prep time for teachers. Those that are in a setting where you might be co-seated, some of the feedback we got in the early pilot, if you recall the video of Miss Emmett over at Donald Elementary, where she had the ability to use the technology and have in-person and virtual students on doing the same prep one time. So that was kind of an aha moment for us as well. Like this has some potential to really help the instructional planning side of it. And then ultimately, improve the opportunity for our virtual learners to provide, the feedback saying this is good or it's not. And our early feedback as we were trying to do this without this type of technology was the experience was not good. So based upon that feedback, we felt like this is something we wanted to look at. So a little bit of detail about the pilot. If you recall, February, we had our board meeting, and a lot happened since February. We had crazy winter weather. We had spring break. Obviously, getting the logistics scheduled, supply chain, installs. So we had, I feel like, just enough time to get this in classrooms, get teachers using it, give us some feedback from students and some parents as well. But we ended up having about 30 rooms with this technology at elementary, middle, and high in different content areas. We also had some mobile units that we actually used here as well as over at our career centers as well. So when we kicked this off, we also put together a parent notification. So the teachers that were involved in the pilot sent a communication home to parents saying that we're going to try this technology. Here's what it's going to be about, so that they were aware. So teachers sent that communication home. It really in tangent, working with Mr. Martin's office, worked on a procurement process to have a competitive process to look at what technology is available in this space. And then ultimately, we put the technology in, students, teachers were using it, and we got some feedback before school ended. So these are some examples of some of the technology that we ended up using. So I have a couple different names in here, and there's different manufacturers, but really what we have is a different solution to capture audio and a different solution to capture video. So if you take a look at, for example, that one single mic drop down, that mic comes down, and what all of the sound solutions have is really the ability to amplify. So having like arrays of microphones built in that allows you to cover that audio throughout a classroom. On the camera side, you see that Aver, the combination of Aver with Nareva, Aver with Biamp, Aver with Crestron, and then we had Minray in the pilot as well. And I felt like we looked at a lot of different solutions to try to find a better solution or another option, but it's a pretty new space. And there were some solutions out there that were kind of cool but weren't Mac compatible. So this is what we ended up trying in some combination. And this, I want to point out too, this is fixed hardware. So when I say fixed, it means that it's permanently installed, permanently wired in the classroom. And then we're also after coming up with some sort of a solution for mobile. So what we ended up doing is having the picture on the left is what we just call our custom mobile solution. That's basically a AV cart that has a sound rack in it. There's external microphones. That particular option would allow you to have up to 4 different microphones in a zone. And then that Aver camera, which is a pan tilt zoom camera with auto tracking, is on a tripod. And obviously you roll it in, you set it up. Kind of clumsy, but it gets you somewhat mobile. The option on the left is a Cisco WebEx board. We have a loaner board from one of our vendor partners that allowed us to borrow it. This is a picture actually from Cisco. The one that we have is actually, if you think of that base having casters on it where you can roll it. The simplicity there is that you plug it into power, plug it into an Ethernet port, you're on. It has multiple cameras, multiple microphone arrays in there to capture the audio. So how does the technology work? So what we did is we put together a brief video. And this was actually our team going out to a campus where we had a room set up. And bear with the crude instruction, but this was us trying to show you an example of really what would a teacher do if you didn't have the technology. They would either set up their laptop or an iPad, turn it, try to speak to the camera. So we're going to try to show you an example of what that experience would be, and then show you an example of having the camera and the audio. So Lee, can you bring up the video, please?
By the way, I previewed this. They're not going to win anything in Hollywood. Trust me.
All right, welcome everyone to the 21-22 school year. I am your homeroom teacher, Mr. Kolbeck. We're excited to have you here this year. This is going to be kind of a fun orientation to get a chance to know everybody. What we're going to do, we have remote people joining us remotely, and we also have people in class. So what we want to do is we're going to go around and we are going to name your campus and 2, your favorite color. So we're going to just do this as a real quick icebreaker. So real quick, I'll pause your name, you just say those 2, and I'll just keep going around the list. I'll work in both our in-person and our remote students. So Chris, hold on a second. Michelle has a question. What's the question?
Mr. Bolbeck, do you want us to state our names when we share our middle school that we're from and your favorite color?
Okay, so Ms. Jacobson had a question. She wanted to know if the name should be stated. No, you do not need to state your name. You only need to state which middle school you're coming from and what's your favorite color. So let's start this over again. Mr. Langford,
Coming from LHS, and blue is my favorite color.
Blue is his favorite color. I love blue. Let's go back to Ms. Jacobson.
I'm coming from McCamey Middle School, and my favorite color is green.
All right, green. Let's get Ms. Sons. Ms. Sons, which middle school are you coming from, and what's your favorite color?
I'm coming from Lewisville Middle School, and my favorite color is purple.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Welcome, class. I'm Mr. Colbeck. I'm your homeroom teacher for this year. We're excited for the 21-22 school year. Very excited to get started. One of the things that we're going to start off with is a real quick icebreaker. And what I want to do is I want people to get to know each other. And how we're going to start off doing that is we have some people here in class, in person. We also have some students that are joining us remotely. So what we're going to do is I'm going to call on you, and you're going to just say two things. You're going to say, first thing you're going to say is you're going to say campus. Which middle school campus you're coming from, and what's your favorite color. So a real fast icebreaker. So we're going to get started right away with our in-person students. So Chris, can you hold on? Michelle has a question. Ms. Jacobson, what's the question?
Mr. Colbeck, I just want to clarify, are we supposed to say our name and then our campus that we came from in color?
Okay, good question. So you don't need to say your name. I'll call off your name. So when I call off your name, just say which middle school campus you're coming from and what color. So we'll start this again. Mr. Langford, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm coming from Griffin Middle School. My favorite color is blue.
Griffin Middle School, favorite color, blue. I like blue too. It's one of my favorite colors. That's great. Let's keep going, Ms. Jacobson.
Yes, I'm from McCamey Middle School, and my favorite color is green.
McCamey Middle School and green. Excellent. We're going to kick it over to some of our remote students. So let's go, Ms. Sons. What's your middle school you're coming from, and what's your favorite color?
I'm coming from Forestwood Middle School, and my favorite color is purple.
Forestwood and purple. Well, welcome to class.
All right, thank you. So that was an example of, the first one obviously is a situation without the technology. The second one is with the technology. So some of the feedback that we set up basically with our pilot teachers, we had a WebEx space set up, so it was a back channel space where questions could be asked, and if we could provide support, get feedback. We also set up several different WebEx calls. And once teachers started using the technology, that was some of the feedback we got right away, is that it really allowed you to not be toggled right in front of your screen. So if you think about offering that, if you're on your webcam, you're right here. Maybe you're sharing something on your screen. We didn't use the presets. We probably could have worked in presets on the cameras for the presentation, but that's another slick feature where if, like an example that we heard a couple times, one is like a demonstration. So it might be showing a demonstration of a lab, like a science lab, where they can actually take that camera, zoom it in, know exactly what shot they want to frame, and program it number 2 on the remote. So right while they're instructing, hit number 2, and it zooms it and auto frames it. So it's pretty slick way to do that. So hopefully that gives you a general idea of how it works. And then I think at this point, let me try that. Can we kick over to WebEx? And I'd like to introduce Mr. Fitzgerald. Hi, Travis. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So thanks for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time. So Travis used this technology at Hebron High School, and as I said, he teaches social studies. So what I'd like you to do is just share with the audience, the board, how did this technology impact you on the instructional side, and then also from your perspective, how did it impact the students when they were participating when you were using the technology?
Sure. When I was asked originally if I was interested in trying it out, and I said, sure. And I'd kind of forgotten about it, and I got an email that said they're going to be installing it in your classroom. And so I said, that's great, and because I had a million other things to do. And so one morning I came in, I unlocked my classroom. I'll never forget to tell a story to anybody who's interested. The motion activation was already on. And so when I opened the door, it turned around and it looked at me, and but it had a blue eye. So if it had a red red eye, I would have been really nervous. But it was a blue eye, my first thought was, who's on the other end of this? And so I nicknamed it Ultron. And so then my next thought was, this is amazing. So one of the great things about having it in the classroom, once I kind of got to play around with it, was that I wasn't tethered to my desk for the virtual, AP US history classes. And so, number one is it got me up and moving in front of the board. And number two is it got the students, from my understanding, to feel a little bit more like they were in the classroom. And so as the camera would pan to me, they could actually see me interacting with the content. Because I'm a very kinetic teacher. I like to move around. I rarely sit at my desk. So virtual teaching was just totally antithetical to what I had done. And secondly, and from the students' perspective, I think that I think it brought them all together because, especially with, towards the end of the year, as we're doing these review sessions, and we've got some kids that are at home, some kids that we were off campus one day, we had a star day, and so that afternoon was open, and so it was great because I had kids that I had in person and kids that were virtual, all dialed in, and we could cover the content. And it's really, I think it has a lot of potential post-COVID, because the first response was, my first thought was, okay, what do we do after the pandemic's over? But I think there's a lot of potential to use it in the future when we do approach something that looks relatively normal. So obviously it's not like being in a classroom, but it's closer. It's closer, and it's better than, in my opinion, it's better than what we started with, which were screens here, teachers trying to move around and kind of being confined to our desk. It got us a little bit closer to what an actual class would feel like for those kids that had stayed at home.
Thank you. If you could stay on for a minute, we'll finish up the presentation. If there's any questions, if you could be available, that would be great. Lee, can you switch us back over to the slides? So as we transition over, and that picture actually of Travis, I had an opportunity to go into his classroom and observe him. It's interesting, in that particular class period, there were no students in there face-to-face, so he was actually talking and engaging with the camera. He did a great job, by the way. I was totally impressed with how he facilitated the class, but it was a cool experience to see. But as we talk through this, what are the potential uses for this? So here are a couple examples. One is obviously, recording lessons for replay. So in any situation where you were doing something asynchronously, in an asynchronously setting, especially visual demonstrations, great way to record something. Long-term and short-term absences. In our case, we were looking at this from a quarantine perspective, as well as, if you had a student homebound, examples where you're out for an extended period of time, this technology would help. Synchronous virtual, where you have students connecting remotely, teacher at the same time being online, kind of what Travis was doing in his classroom, that'd be synchronous virtual, allowing that classroom experience. And then I think our other findings is just various meetings. So one of the pieces that we've learned through the pandemic is having a conferencing platform where we're asking parents to come into meetings, having the ability to join virtually is a good thing. We've gotten positive feedbacks. Examples of that would be ARD meetings, other parent conferences if we're bringing in guest speakers. And then I think also looking at, your PLC structure, it's pretty hard to have a grade level meeting in a district this size, where if some of this technology was more accessible, it would be easier to do. Department meetings. One of the students, or one of the teachers did a good job bringing in their student groups with student council remote versus in person. And I think another area is professional learning. One of our challenges is, we have limited trainers and, lots of content to cover, and also space. Space is a challenge where here you can kind of, diffuse some of decentralize some of your space where people can join and still have a good experience. And then the co-seating, as we talked about virtual models, co-seating at the middle school where you have in-person and virtual students simultaneously. This is a good solution for that as well. So lessons learned, feedback from our students. Now, granted, this is a matter of students responding, and we were targeting students that connected from the remote side of this. But out of the students that responded, 93% of the students overwhelmingly preferred the students have this technology versus without. Teachers said that the auto tracking is helpful. Now, there are some issues with it. So, for example, if somebody's moving or somebody else is talking and the camera moves, can it pick up on somebody else's voice or movement? It can, but there's a way to dial that back in off the remote. Some other feedback we got from teachers is more targeted training is needed. So if this is something that they were going to use consistently in, let's say, a virtual setting, we need to really ramp up and show them how to use it, and also what is the student see on the remote end so they understand the dynamics of that. And then, looking at some of our teacher laptops, some of them had, newer models, some of them had a little bit older models, so the older stuff. And it wasn't so much necessarily a matter of the conferencing piece, but in that modality, you have so many different windows up. You might have your email client up. You have different, tabs across tabs. It's resource demanding, right? And then from the cabling that we're using, we found that having higher quality cabling with, just higher thickness, higher quality ends helps on resolving some of the audio-related issues. There is, a risk of some ambient noise. We've ran into situations where there are fish tanks in a room or something that's just picking up some of the ambient noise. And then, I think the general takeaway is that the consensus through this is that it makes the experience much better than not having the technology. I think that's our general takeaway. And then, see if I can, there we go. So future considerations, as we think through this, obviously what's going on with virtual, the delivery models. When we started this out, we were, expecting kind of a different model for elementary, different model middle school, different model high school. So we spent time looking at where would this fit in each of those types of locations. So depending on what comes out of the legislative side of it, that could impact where we'd go. Obviously, mobile versus fixed. I think the mobile piece is, it gives you the mobility, but I think there's complexity of setting it up. We had a call with Texas State University. Actually, was a reference from Gartner Research, where they have been doing more in this space as well. And their consensus was, if you're going to put this stuff in, you got to put it in where it's fixed, or people aren't going to be rolling around setting it up if you don't have the support there for it. And I think budget. Looking from a cost perspective, I have in here ESSER 3 and beyond. With Operation Connectivity, we had funds that that will be reimbursed through ESSER, and then also, there's CARES reimbursement. That was the second phase of Operation Connectivity. So funds that we used for Operation Connectivity, a good chunk of that amount is actually is reimbursement eligible. And then, in addition to that, we've also received, through the support of the city of Lewisville as well as the city of the Colony and TEA match funding through that program, we've received some revenues for that as well. So we could tap into some of that funding. And then for the professional learning for teachers, it certainly would be necessary. If we were going to do this, we'd like to, get people trained on how to use it in the summer in the rooms where it is, so that they can see it and test it and know what the experience is on both ends. And then obviously focusing on changing some of the pedagogy around it, identifying other long-term needs for this purpose. And then supply chain, I've discussed this a little bit with a couple of the companies where it's kind of a perfect storm right now, where school districts are sitting on some ESSER funds, and this is something a lot of different schools are trying to solve, that if this is something that they want to put in, potentially there could be a lot of different orders for the same type of technology at about the same time. So where that would hit, depending on what we would do, would play into that. And then, ultimately, we are planning to bring something forward to the board next Monday, and it's a challenging item because, some of what we're dealing with is where are we sitting legislatively. So I think what I'm really looking to do here is get some feedback from the board and also answer any questions that you have, but looking at this from a project perspective, where it would be, our current thinking is putting this type of technology in one room, meeting room in a campus, and then try to be in position that if whatever we would do from a virtual setting, if a teacher was assigned to teach virtually, that they would have access to this technology in the space that they're teaching in. And obviously, a lot of pieces would have to come together for that to happen. But we also don't have another board meeting scheduled if we were going to do anything in that space. So I think what our current thinking is to bring a consent item forward to the board around this technology with a number of rooms and a not-to-exceed price that would give us some flexibility to move on this if some of these other pieces came together throughout the summer. So with that, and Dr. Rogers, do you have anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, I think, with the unanswered questions regarding virtual, because that's really, as I said at the first, our initial intent. The discussion Dr. Rapp and I and others have had is we will have to, in the near future, have sort of a, drop dead date as far as virtual. Hey, we just can't get it done, and that that'll be sooner than later. I mean, as far as that. But the question, and really what we'd like to, at least the board to consider is, when you go back to the slide that talks about ARDS, for instance, we know that participation in ARDS, of course, was all virtual this past year, but parents greatly appreciated at least that option. So does it not make sense for us to have, in our high schools that they might have 2 ARD meeting rooms, that one of them be equipped with this, that we have that in some other ARD rooms in each of our campuses as at least as a starting point, even if the virtual thing falls off the cliff. I mean, we've learned some things from COVID that some of these tools are still important for us to use in some other ways. And so, that's really the discussion. And, we can use, as Brian said, we can use ESSER 3 funds, but we absolutely, as part of ESSER 3, if you remember, we plan to reimburse for some of the expenditures for Operation Connectivity up to at least $1 million, and we're not talking about spending that much on this. One of the questions, Brian, that you didn't provide, or things you didn't provide, what's the general cost for one of these classroom systems?
Yeah, it depends on, the mobile versus fixed.
Let's say fixed.
Fixed, 39 installed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the cost for the system that we would like to move forward with is $3,900 per room, including all of the installation costs and everything.
So about $4,000 per classroom or ARD room or whatever. So, we haven't come up with a max, but I mean, I'm talking about, absolutely less than, we had initially plugged in $500,000 when we were going to provide it for middle schools that were going to run a concurrent system. We know the concurrent system is not an option even if House Bill 1468 passed. So we were having to, reevaluate what the middle school virtual program would be. But certainly, a couple of classrooms at VLA and just, some of those types of places is what we would initially plan to do.
Dr. Bonner.
Thank you for nailing down the cost. That was my first question. And so you're looking at $250,000 or so to do, did you say one at each campus initially?
Yeah, if we were going to do one at each campus, and then I'm looking at if something would happen where we were going to move forward with the virtual, I'm really looking for some feedback from the board. If you're comfortable having us bring back a consent item next week with a not to exceed amount in which budget we'd come from, because we're going to need, if we're going to do it, we're going to need the flexibility to order it quite quickly to get it installed for the start of school year.
Well, COVID has presented a lot of opportunities to improve some things, and so for that cost to have one room at each campus for instructional and also non-instructional items, I think that's probably a pretty good play.
Dr. Rapp, can you remind me, were we going to need some of these systems if elementary virtual occurred?
Yes, we were talking about some some specials possibly could benefit from that type of
Yeah.
support.
So what we'll do, board, is for next week, we'll provide you a number of non-virtual, program-related ideas, and then if virtual does occur, here's the minimum and so it'd be a two-phase system. I'm not feeling real good about virtual, to be honest with you. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not feeling good about it.
Mrs. Lasan?
So thank you, and thank you for all the work that you did. I mean, this is definitely really cool technology, and I do think it's probably the wave of the future, and we're maybe a little ahead of the curve here, but I think you tested it well. I think that it's definitely proven out that it's definitely useful. You were making me a little dizzy with the going back and forth of the teaching there, but so. I do like the idea. I mean, to me, $250,000 is not a huge ask, for this. I mean, the only thing because I guess I don't think that the meetings and the technology in this way is going out of business, will be gone. I think that we're going to all start using them more in our everyday life. I mean, as a person who goes to several one ARD meeting a year at least, I think that would be nice to have the option to, hey, if it, takes, instead of taking, 3 hours out of your day, it takes an hour, or whatever it is. So, I definitely see the usefulness. The one thing that I wonder about is how used it would be on certain campuses. Like, I could see certain campuses using it every day, all day long, right? And then others, you may have to remind them to use it, that kind of thing. And I'm just going to throw that out there and leave it there because I don't know exactly, really how to address that. But anyway, there we go.
Yeah, the one thing, Ms. Lasan, that we could consider is for a long-term student that's going to be absent due to serious medical reasons, but wants to still, we could have a few, portable systems that, a teacher could use to where that kid could stay connected into the classroom. We had talked about that initially when we talked about the pilot back in February. So, there's other opportunities. We don't want to go all in and, try to put 500 in our classrooms out of 3,600 classrooms overall in the district. We just want to, see, and it makes sense for meeting rooms. It makes sense really for down there in the bowling center as Dr. Miller leads professional learning, that there could be some opportunities for professional learning for those that want to be in person, and yet some others that could participate virtually and do it in a better way.
Well, and saying it that way, would it be worth it to survey with a Google form, since we don't have the new program yet, who, or have you done this? Who wants to use it? This is what we're thinking, it's not going the way we thought it was going to be, so, who wants to use it? And how, kind of, not take orders, but, just kind of get an idea of, how many people reasonably think they could use it. Or is this one of those things that we want to say, y'all need to use this kind of thing? You see what I'm saying?
No, we don't want to force it on. I think, and Dr. Ratmay can attest to Dr. Talbert's input, but I think Dr. Talbert, has made it pretty clear from ARDS and the high participation and, in the virtual realm, that she fully expects parents to continue to want the opportunity to participate virtually in ARDS if they're given that. Now, we don't have to give it to them. There's no doubt. But, so maybe, if there's some qualms about, full implementation even for something like ARDS, then you start with where there's the most ARDS, and that would be at high schools, because that's where they have the largest number of special ed students, and and start from there. But But I don't know that we have quantitative.
Just bringing this up as just a way to kind of wrap my mind around how much to spend and what's right and that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mrs. Cox.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Lasan, the word is mindful, so I think that would be what I would say is, I think this is a great opportunity. As a mom of ARDS, it was very difficult this year, and I couldn't get connected. I had to call in. I couldn't hear half the people in the room, so it was very challenging. This would have been a perfect opportunity for me to actually feel like I've got the ARD, but I wouldn't want to just put one in each little school, in each classroom, just because that's what the board approved if the board decides to go that route. So, being more mindful. I have lots of questions. I don't see the virtual happening either, but if it were to, I have a laundry list of questions that I'll definitely address later. But, I could even see this as, focus on our future kids, for parents to even have an opportunity to see their kids in action of what they're doing, like their open house. I mean, what a great opportunity to see the great things Focus on the Future is doing for our students. So, Travis, my question is for you. Were there any challenges that you saw with your kids? Because I see, having a high school kid, there are outages at the campus, and the system goes down. So what happens in those opportunities? Well, not opportunities, really.
Yeah, this year definitely we kind of had to think on our feet. And so I think some of the challenges were just kind of getting used to how the system worked and knowing kind of the blocking and tackling of the program. So, for example, I realized pretty quick that I should probably exit out of some of the programs on my computer that might slow down the bandwidth. But and the other challenge too was just kind of building up some confidence with it, because when you're in front of high school students, you're obviously being judged from behind muted screens. So that's what I would always joke with them every morning. I said, it's great to not see your faces this morning. But the longer what was neat about it was that they could still interact, because I would actually pull up, because it kind of freed up one of my other devices, and so I had my iPad pulled up, and so they could respond with with their messages. And if I could just kind of add one of the, because I thought about this too. I said, well, what would we do with this 2022, 23? And I was talking to one of my principals, and I said, we have some really unbelievably exceptional teachers in this district at every level. And I think about this a lot around the time of the end of the year, when we have so many kids taking AP exams. What if we had one teacher that's just amazing at this subject on this campus? What if we used it there, and students could almost kind of hey, can we knock those walls down, especially for advanced academics or whatnot? Maybe you've got a teacher that is sick or on leave that says, hey, my students need to be reviewed, and then so those are just some of the ideas that I had, because I think with COVID and potentially not having virtual, there is a kind of a need to feel okay, where can we find a place for this? But I think the challenge, just kind of going back to your question, the challenge was, one was technological, which I kind of worked through it on my own. It was kind of fun to see what worked, what didn't work, and my kids are really forgiving, and they were always saying okay, yeah, we can't hear you, we can hear you, we can't hear you, we can hear you, we can't hear you. But one of the great things for me was I got to record lessons that I can use for posterity. And there were actually a couple times where I could record really high quality videos that I couldn't do in front of my computer. So, but yeah, I think that if you've got a teacher that is hey, let me have it, I want to try it. Those, and I talked with one of the other teachers on my campus, and it was kind of neat because we never really talked before. We were in different departments, and so we were always kind of chatting about, hey, how are you using it? What's your experience like? And there were definitely some teachers that were you're crazy. And I said, no, nobody's watching me. It plugs right into my computer. But I think it's great. I think just having a few around for teaching review sessions or ours would be really great.
My other question is, so I guess it would be in a centralized area so other people could take advantage of it, not necessarily like in one classroom. Is that the way I'm understanding this?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would make, I think, probably more sense if you let's say you've got like a teaching room that you could facilitate that was strictly for that. Because really, what the technology can do is lock in on the board, and you don't need to see everything else around. And that's one of the things that I did is I zoomed it in right on the board, and so I had a preset where if I wanted to like zoom out, then I would hit the button, and then they could see a little bit more. But yeah, if you had a central location, and I mean, I would obviously like if that's my room, great. But if not, that's fine too, because I think it has a lot of uses that maybe we probably haven't even thought of yet.
I'll advocate for your room, Travis.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. It's always open. Thanks.
Mr. Colbeck, my last question is, so what would be possibly the ongoing cost?
Well, it would really be the hardware part of it. The hardware that we are I guess, leading with, it's basically hardware agnostic. So if you're using WebEx or if you're using Zoom or Microsoft Meetings or Teams, it's just basically a camera or audio source. So it works regardless of the platform. So there's no ongoing licensing with it. So once you buy the hardware, it's a matter of, what's your replacement plan for the hardware. Obviously, every time we add something to the mix that we have to support, there's ongoing support with it. But I think that's part of what we were trying to pilot too, is once we got this in, got the cabling right, and it was in, how problematic is it? And does it work consistently so it's low support? So the cost would be really planning a replacement of it if we're using it a lot, 5 years down the road, 6 years down the road, whenever that becomes kind of up for replacement, how would we pay for that, right? Could we plan for that in a future bond? Is it another funding source down the road? But we'd have to plan for the replacement cost. You're welcome.
Mrs. Sells.
Were there any classrooms in fine arts where these were placed and tested? Because it looked like the mobile unit was in a band hall somewhere.
We did. We had it tested in an orchestra classroom and a band hall. The feedback that we got was that they definitely need more microphones. So in a large band hall, just having a mobile system with one or two microphones made it difficult.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things we learned. I think the mobility of the camera and being able to set it up and cover a big space. Video is one thing. When you're talking about like a large fine arts room, if it's band or orchestra, the challenges with the acoustics, you almost need like a purpose-built solution that can help capture that kind of full room audio. What we were trying to do on the custom cart was not cutting it for that space.
Okay. And I guess that leads into my next question, because I had the bowling training center, because I've been in meetings down there where somebody's trying to like Zoom and they're showing everybody in. Those rooms are big. And so it becomes almost like the telephone game where somebody says something in the back, somebody in the middle repeats it, and then it gets said again up front. And sometimes it's not even the same thing because nobody heard the same thing. But will the camera, and then it's just the audio that you would have to be in, because those rooms are big. A lot bigger than a classroom, I would imagine.
Yeah, one of the challenges in that particular space when it was designed for people to be there face to face. And the audio is fantastic for that. The reality of what we're in is we're trying to appease people remotely and in person. So we really need to look at that space and how large it is and the various combinations with the dividing walls. We need to look at and say, if you need this kind of functionality, which part of that room, or how can we set up the room with it? So I think that's an area we need to look at. Looking at, and it might not be, the $3,900 piece, right? It's going to be more advanced. It's going to have to be integrated into that room system. But those big spaces like Bolin, the big conference space at Tech West, maybe even Tech East, I just think about the things we do in this room. When you're bringing remote people in, business advisory, for example, those are folks that are working and kind enough to serve on a committee where we're trying to get them to be engaged. So we want that experience to be good. So we're going to have to address some of those bigger common training spaces.
Okay.
Probably outside of this.
That was my other, because any of the things that our community participates in as committees, it'd be amazing to have this, because I remember when I was on a committee, and sometimes it was just hard getting across the district to be here at 4:45. And so this would be ideal. The other thing I have a question about, and I'm sure you've got the answer because you've had to have thought about this, but security in this kind of system for those ARDs, because you're not just using your device, correct?
You actually are using.
Go through your device.
Yep, you're using your device, so who's ever, scheduling that meeting, they're setting up the permissions on, for that meeting. That's, obviously authentication required, or you have to allow them to be in that meeting room. And then you're just picking, so instead of picking your webcam, for example, you're just picking that camera or that microphone instead of your integrated mic on your whatever computer's hosting the meeting. So it's basically leveraging the security settings in your conferencing system.
Okay. And that was all I had other than what was discussed.
Mrs. Sells, Prosnick.
Okay, so I'm slightly confused because in the board packet it says that you're going to use 2017 technology bond funds, and then you're talking about ESSER funds. So could you?
Sure. So one of the original funding sources for what we use for Operation Connectivity and some of the other things that we purchased in response to the pandemic, we used 2017 bond funds. So the idea is through the reimbursement programs, either through CARES, Operation Connectivity Match Pay, ESSER, we're going to reimburse those funds based upon what we spent, which should then free up, bond funds that we would have, had to pay for, example, iPads, for example, right? So the thought is we should have unallocated 2017 technology bond funds that we could use to pay for this project.
Have we received those refunds?
Some of them we have, I believe, and some of them we have not.
I'd be curious to see exactly.
I'll work on putting something together for that for the board meeting, so you have an idea of what it is.
I think there's been, what was it, $800,000 or $900,000?
It was the reimbursement for technologies outside of Operation Connectivity that we paid for in response to the pandemic.
And actually, there's a new thing from TA that came out like yesterday or this past week, right, that we can actually get some more reimbursement.
Potentially, well, obviously, we can't double count it, but we need to look at where do we get reimbursed, where have we not, what else might still be eligible, and that's actually a federal program through the Emergency Connectivity Program through the USAC, which oversees E-rate. So that might be a possibility as well.
And Ms. Prosnick, we actually spent $2.3 million for Operation Connectivity. Some of that was bond, some was 199 funds. I've dialed that back as far as asking for all reimbursement of that because I want to make sure we have money for recurring. So I've dialed it back to about $1 million, but that's flexible. But that, and some of it, since we have gotten reimbursed, I can't ask for reimbursement twice. So that's where we came up with $1 million. But we're not looking at spending anywhere close to $1 million for this. We actually had a line item separate for this hybrid classroom technology in our ESSER 3 discussion. So. And it's still in there. It's just a lesser amount that I've left in there.
Yeah, the actual number, if you do one for every campus, is $272,000. And so that's kind of where Ms. Cox used the word mindful. I would use the word intentional, and that we have to be intentional where we place these. So my next question is, what happens to the classrooms that we've already installed? Are we going to uninstall them and reinstall them somewhere else? Are they going to stay? No offense, Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm not trying to take it out of your classroom. I'm just wondering what's happened to the ones we've already put in.
Yeah, current thinking, some of them, just to be honest, didn't test well. So we're not looking at putting those back out in the field. The ones that did test well, we would look at repurposing. So I think it's a matter of how would we repurpose them if, if it's in a teacher's classroom who's not, teaching virtual or would have that need, could we keep it on that campus and move it into a meeting room? Or if it's another teacher on the campus is teaching virtual, could we move it there? Yeah, we'd like to move some of those. I think we're estimating about 19 or 20 that we feel like we could repurpose. So we would plan on doing that.
And so what happens to the 10 systems that didn't test well?
We would put those in areas that have technical support very available.
Your office?
And part of the reason that those 10 systems didn't test well is that the sounds piece of it just didn't work really well for the size of the rooms. So if we were able to move those into smaller rooms, they might work much better than they did in a classroom just because the sound wasn't good. The cameras we can put anywhere because it's the same camera, but just the sound piece just didn't work in the larger classrooms.
And the sound piece was the reason that we did this. I mean, more than anything else than the video. It was more about the sound. So you've just told me you can repurpose 30, basically, in some form or fashion. So do you now only need 38?
Well, I think back to what Dr. Rogers said is bringing something that would be, non-virtual related, and then if virtual happened, what would that be? So obviously the number would be in conjunction with whatever we would repurpose.
That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate the work, and I'm grateful that we have some solutions. I just want to once again be intentional with where we place them and how we spend taxpayer dollars.
Ms. Hassett?
Thank you for always looking at improving student-teacher relationships. So
you're welcome.
That's awesome. Budget-wise, you said you would need a higher CPU. So are we going to need new computers to go with it?
Yeah, what I'm thinking about there, this would, I think, lend itself to those that are using it all day long in a virtual sense, where that you're, keeping a lot of different applications open. What we have is we buy X number of MacBooks every year based upon, loss, damage, things falling off of AppleCare where we, have to maintain that inventory. So, for example, we have new teachers coming in, new teacher orientations happening this week, we have to have inventory. So my thought is for teachers that would be working in that virtual setting, if you had teachers working in that virtual setting, get them something newer and more powerful, take that device and then repurpose it to something that's not in that environment. And I think for meeting rooms, making that part of the training, just say, hey, when you're using this stuff, you can't have 20 applications, running, where you can really have a good meeting experience, with using the resources on the device that you have. So the thought would be if we had, X number of teachers teaching virtually, try to beef up what they have so that this technology would work the best that it could.
Okay. Also, are we going to need more storage?
No. The recording on this with WebEx right now, it records it to the cloud. Teachers would have the ability to record something locally, like to their computer, and then upload it to Google Drive or Canvas or Usia. So we don't see us, using more storage with this particular piece.
For the meeting room, you displayed, and I actually think it was very stellar, Academy Award winning. You displayed it in a classroom. So how would it work for a meeting room instead of classroom?
So the meeting room, it would work very similar, and I think the biggest benefit, the video would be a benefit, whereas right now, for example, if somebody was facilitating an ARD meeting, very likely it's going to be, who's ever facilitating it, their webcam's on, they're talking, and they're going to be limited to probably the audio that's on their computer. So to Mrs. Cox's point, if you're in a meeting and somebody on the other end of the table says something, you can't hear it. So the audio piece would be fixed to the wall, kind of like you saw in the picture, and when somebody speaks in that room, they'd be able to hear. And depending on the camera in a meeting room, our meeting rooms, conference rooms are a little bit more longer and rectangular. The perspective that we have in these classrooms is the cameras at the back of the room pointing forward. In a meeting room, it would be pointing towards the participants in the meeting. So when somebody else talks, it would just kick over and and the video would be on the person speaking, and obviously you'd have full room audio.
Okay. A couple other questions I had. Hold on 1 second. No, that was asked. Nope, and that was asked. I had a question for Mr. Fitzgerald. I was wondering, for your students, did they seem engaged in more one or the other? Or could you tell? I mean, they are teenage students. I have them.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell. Their default setting is mute audio, mute video. They can't do that next year. So I think so. I mean, I got a little bit of their feedback, and I mean, they this year in virtual, a lot of it was one way. At least with like content delivery. Now what things on campus were different with student assignments, but I got the sense from them that they felt more connected there rather than just kind of having someone sit at the desk, because I had more energy, and I could tell. I mean, there were times where students who didn't always respond or kind of participate in the flow of the chat on WebEx did participate. So on those days, I felt like I walked away feeling like, okay, that was a good virtual class. And I think just kind of the performance aspect of teaching was a lot more present versus kind of sitting and it just. Yeah, I mean, I think that they did enjoy it, especially when they kind of knew once they kind of got to interact, and because all of them had been just the content they'd been consuming it just from either something that was already pre-recorded or something that I was sitting down, but yeah, I got the sense that they were connected more.
That is really good to know, because I imagine with my teenage son, he would have probably been more engaged with someone who he had to actually walk around, and I could see a lot of benefit to that for teenage students. Yeah,
it's really neat. And there were a couple times where I would, I've got like 2 big walls, and so I would have I had a preset where it would zoom in on a map, and so I could actually walk over there, reference something on the map just by hitting a button, which was really neat. And yeah, I mean, I think there was a novelty component too, because at the university level, you have that's the way courses are taught. If you go on to like any of the YouTube channels of certain universities, I know Yale has some of their courses open, that they do have that, and so it did feel a little bit more professional. I think the kids took it a little more serious.
That's good to know. And I guess I'm old enough to think when you entered your classroom, I'm thinking Skynet instead of Ultron.
Oh, okay, yeah. So my first reference was HAL 9000, but I was like, "There's no way." Like,
that's older.
None of my 17-year-olds had any clue what that was. So I dropped that reference pretty quick. But Skynet would have worked too. You're right.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassett, just to add to that, Michelle and I got an email from a couple parents at McAuliffe who were observing their kids and said that the experience, it was just a night and day difference for their students being at home. And I think that in that case they were quarantined, right? I can't remember.
They were quarantined. Yep. And so at McAuliffe, all of the 5th grade teachers were able to use it. They rotated classrooms. So it was really cool for those kids.
Thank you. First question is, did you use SurveyMonkey or Google Forms to gather information from the students?
We used Google Forms.
Okay, good. So that'll be going away. I actually think we need to go big on this. We originally talked to $500,000, and I think, while I would ask that you explore some solutions for conference room environments, so in an ARD, there are ways to address audio if you have a camera on the wall the parents are on a video on the wall, and a good camera and good audio, it can be addressed that way without a $4,000 system. That should be something that you explore in this to address, like what Ms. Sells was talking about, or even Ms. Cox on the arts. Conference room settings where there's no mobility from the instructor seems to be that there could be there could be other less expensive solutions. That said, I think the issue here is if we're going to do it right and with equity, I would recommend the following. Number one at each elementary school, 2 at each middle school, and 2 at each high school. And then you've talked about the administrative building having 1 or 2. And if you look at that, you're talking about 98 or 100 of these, some mobile, some fixed, at $4,000. It's just under $400,000. I know that's a lot of money, but if you're going to get the reimbursement from ESSER, we might as well be in a position, because here's the thing. What if somebody is doing these lessons for homebound students or for a virtual class, and then we need it for an art that day? But a teacher's booked, right? We're going to get into booking issues at the bigger campuses where you have 3,000 students, 2,500 students, or 1,000 students. It just seems to me that 1 per campus is not equitable. And it's actually going to create other issues for us, right? Who gets it? And the other thing in that is, so I'm recommending going big, asking for a number not to exceed 400,000, something like that. The second thing is ongoing support. So when you put these things in, if one day you say, well, Dr. Rogers is going to go use it for such and such, and he walks in there, and, who's he going to call, right? Yeah, you're going to call them, but the teacher's going to call, right? The help desk, is there ongoing support? Is a vendor going to provide that? Everybody that uses it's going to have some type of training. This is one of the fundamental issues when we rolled out iPads. In 2013, 2014, we rolled out iPads, and we rolled out the devices without the training. And I see this happening here. If we don't do it well, we're not going to get a high degree of efficacy out of it, but I think that it's the right way to go. So those are things that would concern me, that they need to be addressed, but I'm willing to go big on this, especially if there's ESSER reimbursement that you can apply to it.
Yeah, and we'll work that into the phase-in process and program, and absolutely we can use ESSER funds to reimburse. We already know that. So,
and to reiterate to Ms. Cox and Ms. Prosnick's point with intentionality, so it's not, oh, well, they said we could get 2 at every high school, so let's get one, and then they sit there idle. If it's going to happen, or if you've got a campus of 260 kids and nobody's virtual, and the other thing is, there are some ARDs that it's important that the parents come in. It's convenient that they don't, right, for them, but sometimes it's important they come in. So, and I'm just using ARD as an example. Process around this has to be a key part of creating a high level of efficacy with it. So, we just have to trust you guys on that we're going to spend this kind of money, because we are committing ourselves 5-6 years down the road. And this is what we're going to hear from you guys, not you guys, on Wednesday. Well, whatever you give in raises, that carries over to the next year, and it's accretive to the, right? Well, so is this. This is not a decision that we make and then we take, that goes away in 5 years. So, we have to show a high level of productivity and efficacy in this, but I'm willing to go big on this and do it the right way.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, I do want to be clear to the board. While we have access to ESSER 3 funds, this is not like me or Mr. Colbeck or anyone else being in the candy store and just thinking, because I can find a lot of good uses for $400,000 or $500,000 in other ways. This was something that we initially thought would be important based on the virtual realm, and that may or may not happen, but there's some other ways that we can use some of those funds and still facilitate better support for parents, better interaction for staff, I think, what Mr. Fitzgerald talked about as far as videoing your own lessons is a great tool that a lot of teachers already use on their device, so why not give them a better way to do that? That's going to help other teachers and our students. So we'll continue to explore that, and we'll bring y'all some options.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting you guys are taking advantage of ESSER because we weren't talking about that in February. So I think it's, we'll all be prudent about that. And Travis, thank you for joining these meetings and sitting through it. We know it's not the most exciting thing to do, except when you're a participant, so thank you for participating in the process and for the meeting review. It's very helpful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I do have one quick clarifying statement, Mrs. Prosnick. Earlier when I said we could reuse some of the systems, we can, but I would say the maximum amount from what we have right now would be 25 because there was one of the sound solutions that we wouldn't recommend putting anywhere. So I would say the maximum amount would be 25 total systems.
Would be 25 of those systems. I'm going to ask a real quick question since you pointed it out. What is the life of this?
Yeah, we would expect to get at least 5 years out of this. The camera that we're looking at is brand new, just released this year by Aver, and the sound solution that we're looking at was just released last year by Nareva. So they're both state-of-the-art products, brand new, and so yeah, we would expect to get at least 5 years out of these.
So that would drop my $400,000 number to about $300,000. So, because I'm taking it.
So now you're back to one per campus.
No, I'm because if we can reuse 25, if there's 98 total and we reuse 25, then we're down to about 75, and then you multiply that times 4,000. I think it's more like 300,000 versus 400,000.
We promise we'll bring that information to you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Youngs, or is this Mr. Martin? Oh, this is?
Yeah.
Do I have anything to read? Okay. I will I'll start this off, and then Ms. Prosnick and Ms. Hassett can comment on it. This is the second year of the the board audit function. We had a matrix that we looked at our top 10 priorities. As you know, we did 3 of those last year. 2 are yet to be read out to you. We have selected, we are going to make a recommendation of who's going to do the work. Out of the 3 vendors that we have, which, as you recall, there are 3 vendors on our list that were approved, we're going to make a recommendation on which of those vendors would do the work for these 3 audits. And remember, these audits are construction, student activities, and co-curriculars. And we did an RFP working with Mr. Martin. We met with the providers. We did some tweaks. We got some additional responses, and I think we're comfortable. We're in agreement on the recommendation that you'll see in your board book and that we'll make for on the 14th. Ms. Prosnick?
I think that was a good summary of what has happened. No, nothing to add.
I would say read the minutes that are posted on the board intranet.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of understanding the level of detail. Every meeting is codified with those minutes, and also, again, Mr. Martin was very involved in this process, and thank you to Mr. Kosh for being available on kind of looking at some tweaks that might be in the best interest of the district as well. So I think we're good to go unless anybody does. So does anybody have any questions?
It's more of a comment, and I appreciate the work that y'all are doing, but we're doing all these audits, and I'm a little frustrated, I'll be quite honest, because we haven't even implemented changes on the first one, but we continue to keep doing these audits. So what's going to happen here? We're going to slam the board now with, okay, now we have 100 tasks to do for the district and for us. So I feel like we're pushing a train like as fast as we can, and we're not even implementing anything we're doing. And then I'm a little concerned about the audit committee, and like you guys have really been the forefront of the committee. So I'm a little concerned about making a lot of changes with it when you guys have really, heard the information. I would really hope that the majority of them stay on the committee, whether, Mr. Miller, you appoint somebody else, but at least Ms. Hazzett, Ms. Prosnick, because to me, they've been really on the forefront of, all of you, of what's kind of happening. So
Yeah. Let me address that. I think that's fair. Ms. Hassett and Ms. Prosnick are going to stay on the committee. There's some nuances as to why we're not making that change. We had a resolution that took us through June. You'll see a modification of that because of the PEMS audit, but they will remain on the committee. As it relates to the changes, so we agreed, I think, at the last meeting, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 meetings ago, to what the actions were from the board audit. That's the one that we have completed. And we are rolling those out. As an example, where we saw tonight or this week, some items showed up, some PDF files showed up that were not in the board book. One of the things in the audit was that they would be in the board book. And so we Dr. Rogers and I kind of exchanged emails today. We'll make sure that those are effective in August. Those will be implemented. We will incorporate some of those things into Team of 8 in the companies that we're interviewing that would help us maintain some of the governance things. So you're going to see those roll out very quickly. Some are administrative, some are board things, some will be covered in the BOP, which I think we're going to talk about in August, right? So I think that'll happen. Employee services will be complete. It has not been reviewed with us yet, so staff has reviewed it and they have provided their input, and now that is going to come back to the board audit committee, and we should be complete with that actually probably in the next few weeks. PEMS has taken a little longer because of the data and different complexities and that type of thing, and that'll probably be ready for a readout to y'all in August. As it relates to employee services, I'm not sure, Mrs. Smith has seen the recommendation, so I think there are things that we're going to see in the budget and in other things that we've been talking about that she's kind of getting ahead of it already in knowing what those recommendations are. But again, we've not seen the auditor's recommendations or her team's input to it yet, and so we should see that in the next couple weeks. But I think we're trying to be very balanced in what we force and what we don't force. These audits, by the way, this is why this is a good point, Angie. We won't start, these 3 audits that we're going to do are not going to be like co-curricular student activities, will not happen all at once. One will happen earlier in the year, and one will happen after January. And and both of those will be with Mr. Kaj. And so, but they're going to be very symbiotic with some of the things that he's already working on that you guys will hear about. And construction, it's I think, can't remember the timeline on that, 3 to 4 months?
Mr. Miller, if I could interject, to Angie's point, what is the drawback of just waiting 6 months on this item?
Because it has to go into budget that we approve.
So that's the whole reason we're doing this, is just to approve the budget at this point.
Part of it is to approve the budget, and it's also for scheduling purposes for staff. One of the things, to your point, Ms. Cox, that I would tell you, since this was our inaugural year of doing it, I think that we really, instead of taking a small bite out of the elephant, decided to take a big chunk out of the elephant. I don't know if, in reflection, we would have done the 3 big audits all at the same time, but it was, we took a recommendation from what staff wanted, as well as what the report, the need, thank you, I always forget the name of it, the needs assessment said as well. There was probably an overreach on what we thought the time constraint was. We listened, I won't lie, we listened to what the time frame that the auditor told us that they would need for these. It ended up that they needed a lot more time than that. I think that we have learned from this past year, at least I'll just speak for me. I've learned that we need to certainly have some better communication with our auditors. I think that we need to check in with them a lot more often than we were. We kind of took a governance approach, if you will, with them, and that we said, do this, and then we were very hands-off, where we may not should have been. We should have been a little bit more involved into some communication. I think that going forward, on this committee, that is something that we will do. But I guess I would say that, since this was our first kind of go-around, that's why I think that there was some delay. I don't think you will see that going forward. I don't know if Ms. Hassett wants to add on to that.
I would like to add on, because I 100% agree with you that in terms of results, we must make sure that if we are going to spend the time of all of the staff time and all of the money, we absolutely have to have a procedure in place for implementing results. I think we really need to add procedures in the BOP for it, so that everybody knows what the procedures are. There will be generic procedures because it will be the overall, but so that we'll know. And we also need to do audit tracking as a board. We said we were going to do X, Y, Z. So we need to have it throughout the year in terms of, we said we were going to do it, have we done it? Otherwise, why are we wasting staff time if we're not going to follow through ourselves? So I think we need to include procedures in the BOP so that we hold ourselves accountable to staff time and money.
And, Mr. Miller, really what I would like to see is kind of like we do with our bonds, that Mr. Martin gives us a timeline of, okay, we're going to present, we're going to do this. I'd really like to see that with these on each one, that's comparable to what staff agrees for their time frame, what they feel is comparable, so that the board is transparent and knows, okay, we just did the board governance. Now it's under review. Staff has had time to look at it. Probably by July, we will have some implementation of some changes. I would really appreciate that and like to see that.
Yeah, I think there's no problem with that. We approved as a board, I think last month, was a set of actions that had timelines built into it as it relates to the board audit committee. The other thing I would remind the board is that we went into this, we established policy, so this is not just BOP, there are policy issues that we've established here. We started in this process and made a selection to go to out to bid for 3 things before COVID, and COVID for these types of things, and I think Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Bray and Dr. Fitzhugh would tell you that it's hard to do some of these things with the auditor being remote or coming in and not getting some participation that they might have expected. So there are a lot of things that we learned, and by no means are we claiming that we had everything perfect. We're trying to create an environment where it has survivability and efficiency. Now, one might ask, as Dr. Rogers might, why can't we just do 2 audits in the future rather than 3? And that probably is something for the committee to think about. This time around, I think it's fine because there's such a separation. For example, facilities and what's the other first one we're going to do? Well, I'm sorry, construction. We'll start with construction. That's over in this department, and then we've got, the other one that will start under Mr. Kaj. Those will be fairly manageable, and they're not really that long of projects. And then the other one we're going to wait till after the first of the year, and that's a bit of a smaller project. So again, you'll see more of that when we kind of share why we made the selection that we made, and I think some of the documentation issues, we saw some pretty impressive recommendations on how to keep documentation within certain technologies and that type of thing. So it's available to really anybody. And so, I won't ramble on anymore. We've learned a lot, and we think we're going to be more efficient going forward. Dr. Bonner will join that team. But to Ms. Lasanne's point, we can't wait 6 months to start these. An example is a construction audit is really important to us as we think about the future. There's value in that for future decisions that the board would make. So the timing of that is important to us. And it's not an audit of are they doing things right or wrong. It's just kind of a fundamentals type thing. So does that help? Okay, thank you.
I do like your idea of a calendar. It's kind of there if you really weave through it in the minutes, but I agree that it should be a little bit more in your face.
I'm a bullet point girl.
Yeah, I gotcha.
They'll put a calendar. Both Christy and Jenny are calendar people, so I'm sure there'll be a calendar going forward on this. Yeah. Okay, any questions, any more questions on it? Staff have any questions on that? Or I won't ask for opinions, but any questions?
No, I'd just say, Ms. Cox, as far as leadership team, we actually discussed the governance audit today at leadership team meeting. You know, as the board's aware, most of the action items are actually board action items, but there are 4 or 5 leadership team items, and we discussed those again today as far as when to implement and how to implement. There's some questions on that, but that's the one we're working through. That's the only one that we have right now, and we, as I told Mr. Miller earlier, as far as some of the things, we will have that implemented by August board meetings. So.
Great. Okay, Mr. Young's construction update. I assume that's Mr. Fight.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller and board. Dr. Rogers just left. So I have several items tonight, but I'm going to start with a construction update. There we go. So first off, a little on the overall, quick recap of the overall bond status. So this is the same format that I've been showing the board over the last year, kind of splitting it up into different slides per year. Got to figure out where to point this thing. There we go. Okay. So all right. So the first slide is the 2008 bond. For the 2008 bond, all the projects are closed out except for the LISDAC expansion. We're actually looking to do a little bit of renovation work for guidance and counseling in this building with leftover funds within that project. So that's good news there. For 2017 year one, the only project that we have ongoing is the Purnell demo, and with that comes a little bit of work at Mill Street Elementary, putting that marquee sign out at the street, and we poured a hard surface play court that was never done with the original school. Purnell is actually demolished at this point. They just have some site work to finish up over there, and obviously the weather's impacted that a bit, but it will be done this summer. All the rest of the projects on this list have been closed out and completed. For 2017 year two, Memorial Elementary School is ongoing. I've got some pictures of that this evening. Items 2 through 10, which are green on the list here, those are all substantially complete. We're working on closeout documents right now so that we can get all those to the board for final completion. 11 through 13, you will see next Monday night as consent items for closeout. And then 14 through 19 are all blue. Those are completely closed out. And then the last one on the list there is the campus support renovations. Obviously, that's on hold since that building is on the market now. 2017 bond year 3. Items 1 through 8 in green are ongoing. This is our summer work. A lot of these were 20-year refreshes where this is summer 2 currently. Items 9 through 14 in blue are all closed out and complete. And then the last one there, the distribution center renovations, will be presented to the board after the summer as a guaranteed maximum price. So our bond, 2017 bond year 4, these are the projects that we just kicked off. This is year 1 for these 20-year refreshes, this construction work. This is work that just started. Item number 10, you will see, we'll discuss a little bit tonight, and then you'll see next Monday night as a consent item for GMP. Items 11 through 15 are the remainder of the year 4 projects that will be coming up in the next few months. with GMPs. As mentioned before, some of these we are expecting some budget issues, and we will discuss those as we bring those forward. And then this is the list of the 8 remaining projects that are in the 2017 bond. These are the only projects that do not have architects and CMARs assigned to them. We will be discussing this a little bit further tonight in the discussion item. And so I've come before the board a few times over the last year and talked about, really the COVID-19 impact. You're not supposed to look at the picture yet. So impact of COVID-19, and really, we had varying impacts from COVID-19 over the last year. We're kind of beyond that now. We're not really seeing any, quarantines of crews or labor impacts. What we are seeing, unfortunately, is some pretty major material price increases, really unprecedented levels. We're really expecting those, as I mentioned before, to kind of affect all of our upcoming GMPs, and we'll just have to see on bid day what the true effect of that is. We're also seeing some material delivery issues. So we're hearing from folks like joist manufacturers. If we were to go and get a contract with them today, they will not be able to supply joist until next March or April. And so with the school construction, that's obviously an issue. So it's got our design team looking at things like using more beams instead of joist, things like that. So these are impacts that all the districts around this area are feeling right now. I did not. So and then the last one is rain. As you know, we've had a lot of rain over the last month, even today. Fortunately, we don't have a ton of exterior work going on right now, but for the projects that are exterior, obviously that does have some impact. And then finally, the picture here. I felt like it was a good. I found this on Facebook actually. I felt like it was a great example of just visually. Just last fall, how much lumber you could buy with $1,000, and then on the right, in May, how much you could buy with $1,000. Okay, and so moving on to the progress photos, we'll start off with Memorial Elementary School. So here's the front entrance of the school. Really, all that we lack on the exterior is really the landscaping and the sidewalks. Again, this is one that the rain has affected a little bit. They've been looking forward to getting the landscaping going. We're confident that we're about to enter the hot, dry season, and so we'll definitely get that work completed as soon as possible. Another image from the exterior of the building. This shows the design element of the pop-out windows in the classroom wings. And just another shot of the exterior. Again, waiting on sidewalks and landscaping, and then the exterior will be pretty much complete. So some pictures of the inside. This is the front reception desk there. We actually are planning for admin staff to move in next week to this building to start to get kicking the tires a little bit, getting the school ready for August, and getting their staff hired. As we work our way through the building, this is the cafeteria. Obviously, some cleanup that needs to occur, but we are, you can see all the equipment, the stage lighting, stage complete. The floor is complete. It's just being protected here in this image. But so really, we're just in the cleanup phase, punch list phase. Keep going with these pictures here. This is the gymnasium, which also serves as our storm shelter for that campus. And we have our main corridor that looks. This is kind of looking from the front door to the rear. Library and media center on the right-hand side there, and really we're waiting on the library furniture to get that completed. That's really what this is, a STEM academy. So remember, there's no walls around that library, and just kind of waiting on that furniture. Furniture deliveries start this week, and they go throughout the remainder of this month. Image of the main stairs. This is again the library on the left-hand side of the picture here. Okay, so our ed specs call for collaborative spaces for all the classroom wings, and so the way that was approached in this specific school here, you've got classrooms on both sides of the hallway here, an extra wide hallway, and then lots of collaboration spaces really delineated by the carpet areas there. You'll see they have the smart boards, it's a carpet area where the students can sit on the floor, they can go out and collaborate. Here's another image of another collaboration area in the school. Here's an image of a typical classroom. This is the state that they're all in there. I will say there is some additional tack wall that we are going to install in these classrooms, and it was an extra long lead item. This is one that kind of caught us. That material will be here this summer. It will be installed before school, but that will be work that we have to complete in there. Other than that, these classrooms are ready to go. And the walls, where there is no tack wall now, the walls are obviously finished, so it's a finished product there. This is the inside of one of those pop-out windows. Just kind of shows the reading nook that is created with that design element there. One thing that's really neat about this campus is just the fantastic views. This is actually just a back stairwell in the campus, a lot of glazing, and you can just see the great views of the kind of the creek back there, the property. This is a connecting hallway between two classroom wings. We're looking down in the courtyard. And this is unique for this campus. This is an outdoor classroom area. Obviously, there will be a guardrail here for safety, but but again, fantastic views for these students, and just a really neat outdoor learning space there. So the next project is LHS Athletics, and I always start off with this image here because it kind of tells the story. You've seen this many times of all the little buildings that were associated in this project. So everything from locker rooms, concessions, ticket booths, and restrooms, and then, of course, the press box. And so this is an image of the press box. This is one that the rain has affected a little bit, and so they're a little bit behind on the press box. Our goal is still, we're going to have this complete before the first home game, but certainly had to experience some weather over the last month there. This is an image, if you remember the renderings of kind of that front gate element, when, kind of facing Main Street, it provides the new entrance to the football games. On the right-hand side, you'll see the home side ticket booth right there. A little hard to see, but behind that tree is the visitor side ticket booth. There's another image of in a minute. This is kind of up in the neat picture, kind of up in the press box steel, looking at, this looks down towards where the old athletic director's office used to be. You'll see home side and visitor side ticket booths and concession buildings there. Immediately on the bottom left-hand corner of the picture shows one of the restroom buildings for the stadium. And obviously the turf that was completed last summer, just turned out really, really nice. This is just turning around facing the opposite direction. On the kind of top left-hand corner of the picture is the soccer, baseball, golf locker rooms, also where the storm shelter is for this particular project. As we work our way around, you see at the end of the end zone, that's the existing field house. That was, I believe, done in 2010, 2011. And then where the crane is, that is the trainers' offices, training rooms, and the wrestling locker rooms. And so that's. And then one more image here of this is the visitor side ticket booth and band storage room. So again, this is really really close to where the old AD's office used to be located there. A couple of interior pictures. This is a concession stand, just to kind of give you an idea of the progress. All the buildings were done in different phases, and so a lot of these little outbuildings are in pretty much almost complete, whereas the press box had to start later. We had to wait for football season to end before we could start that work. Here's one of the restrooms. This was an updated restroom, so you'll see the existing solid plastic partitions versus a brand new building with the CMU partitions there. And then this is one of the locker room shower stalls there. All right, and then finally the Colony High School Black Box Theater. So if you remember the images we saw last year of the front entrance, this really provides a fantastic back entrance to the campus. Excuse me, uses the same design elements that the front entrance had, really carries that through, really upgrades the entire building. Here's a little bit further out so you can see the entire addition there. Again, landscaping a little bit delayed from all the rain. Here's an interior image of the Black Box Theater there. Now, another part of this project is the fine arts renovations within the existing campus that really started this summer. So that work is ongoing this summer. It'll all be done in August. And then finally, an image of one of the just some of the tile in the restroom there from the Black Box Theater. So finally, we had received some questions about science labs at Hebron. Really wanted to kind of give an update on both Hebron High School and Flowermont High School in regards to the science labs, a little bit of the history. It is important to note that the ed specs are not very specific about lab layout. There's no mention of gas or fume hood requirements for specific labs, so they're a little bit vague in the sense of the science labs. This was our first, the Flowermont and Hebron High School 20-year refresh was really our first project to touch a high school science lab, and so we had to kind of develop that scope based on stakeholder input. And so as we go through, this was the Hebron High School original layout. And so what you'll see is there was 11 what we call island-style labs. The island-style labs have the small little island tables in those. There were 7 classrooms and 3 prep rooms. So when we met with some of the stakeholders early on, it was determined that one of the campuses wanted to keep the island style in all the labs. The other campus wanted to have some peninsula style, which you'll see in a minute. When we got together, met with the leadership team, and we really felt like these campuses really should be fairly similar. Like they've been identical since they were built in 1999. So really felt like we needed to keep them fairly similar. So that's what we did. So here's the Hebron High School new layout. You'll see some peninsula style labs there. Actually, 5 of the labs were peninsula style. The other 6 are still island. Same number of prep rooms and same number of classrooms. I'm sorry, I didn't mention the classrooms a minute ago. Some of these classrooms are associated with the labs because they have a demonstration table with a sink and gas turrets in those. The idea when we laid these out was the peninsula labs were going to be planned for physics and biology, and then the island style labs were more chemistry related. So this slide here, very complicated looking. I don't want to get too far in the details, but what I do want you to see is just all the little dots, right? So all of those dots represent gas turret location, gas locations within those labs. This is really the main change that has had a cost impact to the project. It really deals with the gas locations. So when designed, the direction was not to have gas in the physics labs and biology labs, only in chemistry. So as we move forward, you'll see that the green dots there, they represent direct replacement. So those were turrets that were in place before, they're still there now. The red dots were there originally, but were pulled because the labs were physics-style labs, and so it was determined early in design that those were not going to be needed. As we've had further conversations over this last year about the needs for the science labs, and obviously working with Jennifer Beamer and a lot of different stakeholders, it's been determined that we do want to have gas in all these labs. And so what you'll see, the dark blue dots that you see there, are new gas locations, basically. And so that's really the gist of the main cost that we are looking at here. The term rework is very minimal because, basically we had this exact same situation at Flower Mound High School, which I'll get into in a minute, which no work had taken place at Flower Mound High School at all until this summer. We had a cost on that project as well, actually a little bit more money on Flower Mound. So let me get into Flower Mound real quick. So Flower Mound, same thing, original layout, pretty much identical to Hebron, other than it had 2 additional classrooms that had demo tables in them. So their new layout, again, 5 peninsula-style labs, 6 island-style labs. The only difference is just the location, where they were selected to have the peninsula labs there. Again, prep rooms and classrooms, no change there. And then here was their gas layout. So same thing, green was, they were there before, they're there now. Red, they were there before, they were decided not to put back originally. Now we are adding the gas back in with all the blue dots there. So we are, this really goes from a more concentrated layout of gas to a more distributed layout, which does cost more money. We are handling both of these campuses with contingency funds within the project. Neither one of these affects the overall GMP with this change. But we are, that's the direction we've been given, is to add this gas to these labs. So that's the way we've been proceeding. So with that, I'll answer.
So, Randy, let me just ask this question. Would it be fair to say that because of the situation with the science labs at both Hebron and Flower Mound, that we are going to reconstruct or change our ed specs for science labs in high schools? Is that?
Yes, sir. I believe, like we've mentioned before in here in regards to the ed specs, we're learning a lot as we work our way through designs with using them. I think they need a little more, more specifics in related to fume hoods and gas locations and whatnot for all the different labs. I think that's definitely needed to clear these things up moving forward.
Would it also be fair to say that ed specs, if we had a little more specific ed spec, and we haven't had ed specs forever, but if we had something a little more specific, it might have helped prevented this that we have ed specs to quit allowing for individuals to have, that their input outweighs an ed spec is the whole purpose of an ed spec. Because
correct.
teachers come and go, principals come and go.
Right.
Ed specs, while we're going to continue to modify them, hopefully will provide a level.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. That's not something you and I discussed.
Sure. All right.
So I'm going to ask the board's indulgence on something that I want to respond to Dr. Rogers on, or just to that point. Some of you remember back when the 2008 bond, when we built athletic facilities, in particular the team rooms, the coaches' rooms, the coaches actually helped design their facilities. And then we had some changes in coaches who didn't like where their office was versus the players and everything. And so some of those changes were intended to kind of get rid of that kind of personalization that when you have potential of some turnover. And we would want to do that at all levels. And so but I think where there's opportunity to tweak the ed specs, going forward, we should. And maybe, in the construction audit, that's something you work out with them, et cetera. What I'd ask is that this is one of 6 items that Randy's going to present.
Right.
So it's 9:45. Is the board okay if we just let him present his items, take your notes, and then we'll go around the horn, and you can ask questions on any of the 6 items that he's, okay? All right.
Okay. I'll move quickly. So the next item is architect selection, budget, and construction delivery method for middle school STEM Academy signage and graphics project included in the 2017 bond. So I'm going to hit on a couple of the important background pieces here. If you remember, in the 2017 bond, we had funds allocated for renovations at academies. It was very, very generic at the time because we didn't know what academies that we were going to have and what the locations were. But money was in the bond for that. To this date, we've had STEM Academy projects at Donald Elementary, Polzer, Valley Ridge, and Bridlewood. All those funds came from that academy funding in the bond. The new Memorial Elementary is also STEM, but no additional funds were needed because we were able to accommodate those changes within the design work. So as a result, there are remaining funds in the academy allocation. Recently, we've been asked to look at middle school STEM academies. The district's looking at expanding to 4 middle schools. It's Creek Valley Middle School, Downing Middle School, Forestwood Middle School, and Hedrick Middle School. Really, the scope of this project is fairly minimal. It really is just updates to the outdoor marquees, something that tells folks that, hey, this is a STEM academy when you drive up. Some interior STEM graphics, which you've all seen, from Polzer and Donald and those. And then any associated drywall repairs and paint, and then, of course, the design fees for the project. Huckabee has designed all of the STEM projects and graphics to this date, and so it's our recommendation that they would be the firm that we use for this. And then our recommendation, since the scope is very small, rather than using the CM at risk delivery method, we feel like we've got existing district competitive sealed proposal bid vendors for signage and paint that can perform this work. And not have to utilize CMAR. So our goal would be to have this work completed this summer in preparation for next school year when I believe they want to bring these academies online. The total, we believe, not to exceed anticipated expenditures for this project. We don't have all the quotes yet or anything like that, but we feel like $45,000 should cover the needs there. And then again, the funding would come from the academy line in the 2017 bond. And then this will be a consent agenda item next Monday night. So we keep rolling? All right. So let me go. Okay, so the next one is the guaranteed maximum price for the year 4 middle school track replacements. The GMP process was presented to the board as an information item in the February 12th, 2018 board meeting. We're looking at this project has been advertised and competitively bid to subcontractors by Pogue Construction. The subcontractor bids have been evaluated and scoped. Pogue has presented a GMP to the district. We're looking at track replacements for Creek Valley Middle School, Durham Middle School, and Lakeview Middle School. Pogue's GMP is for $637,790, and this project is within budget, and work will be completed this summer, and it'll be a consent agenda item next Monday night. Next one is guaranteed maximum price for the new district parking lots project phase 1. So again, GMP process has been presented to the board. The district is looking at expanding parking, as we've presented to the board prior, for the special education offices at Central Elementary, which is phase 1 of this project, and then adding some parking to the East Side Aquatic Center, which is phase 2, and reviewing any other potential parking solutions as needed. The new district parking lots project phase 1 is only for Central Elementary. It's been advertised and bid to subs. Those bids have been evaluated and scoped, and POG has presented a guaranteed maximum price of $157,671. The project is within budget, and this portion of this work will be performed this summer.
Do you have a
yes,
picture?
Sir. Yeah, I would get that. So phase 2 will be forthcoming, and it'll be a consent agenda item next Monday. So let me show you the slides real quick. So I promised before that I would show kind of the location of the parking here. So you can see on the screen there the outline of Central Elementary. The left-hand side of Central houses special ed, and then the right-hand side is Central Elementary itself. So you'll see I've tried to shade in blue all of the parking that is added with this project. And actually, so as a combination of new concrete placement as well as restriping existing ADA spaces, we had an overabundance of ADA spaces at that campus. And so restriping allows us to capture some of those. We're actually able to add 23 additional spaces to this campus. Now you'll see some of those are on the central side and some of those are on the special ed side, so I think it'll benefit both groups there. And so that's all I've got for the parking lot GMP. The next one is a change order to the contract for the stadium turf replacements at Flowermont High School, Highbury High School, and the Colony High School project, included in the 2017 bond. So the GMP of $3,429,773 for the stadium turf replacements was presented to the board on April 12th. That was approved by the board. After approval of the GMP, information was brought forth regarding a safety concern at the Colony High School. So the current football field basically has a several inches below the adjacent track surface. So I've got some pictures of that. So that you can see this concrete curb, and you can see that the track is elevated above the turf surface there. This creates a concrete curb edging around the play surface that poses safety concerns for various sports. So the request has been made to raise the entire level of the playing surface so that it's flush with the track. So we asked North Star Builders to price this. They did that. Their pricing for this work is $251,973. Our funding source for this will come from that Year 4 turf project account. And the work, the only bad thing is the work will add 2 weeks to the completion date. So the original target completion of August 1st would change to August 15th if we proceed as the consent agenda item next Monday night. And
I would just add that, when Randy asked me about this, of course, he had said that Coach Rangel had, asked for it to at least be looked at. And my question is, which I thought I knew the answer, but I wanted to make sure, was we don't have any other stadium like that. And that's absolutely correct. And so to me, we need to at least talk to the board and see if they're okay with the change order, because I think it absolutely warrants it.
All right, and the last one I have is so we looked at the slide a little while ago, the remaining 2017 bond projects. We're bringing forth the architect selections for those, really kicking off those projects. The project list is attached in your board document. It shows our recommendations for architects. The amounts shown are from the original cost estimates with the inflation built in. Really getting the architects on board prior to summer, which we're right there, allows us to get started on walkthroughs and assessments during the summer while students aren't in the campuses, and then we can immediately roll into design in the fall. This is kind of the method we've used for every year. All but 3 of the projects on the list are directly tied to the facilities assessment document, and so this just keeps us on the schedule for those projects. The 3 that aren't necessarily tied to the facilities assessment are the Marcus High School Fine Arts renovation. We still recommend starting it because if we can do that renovation work next summer, it puts it right online with the other high school fine arts renovation pieces that will be taking place next summer, and we'll be done with all the middle school fine arts renovation work at the end of next summer. And then the Colony, not the Colony, Tech East and the Colony High School multipurpose, starting those now, we know those aren't needed right now. We know there's still some evaluation we want to do of the programs from Tech West. But starting these projects now, getting the architects on board, will give us the extra time needed for design and construction, which we have experienced. It helps us a lot. So Tech West and Memorial Elementary, we had that extra time, and it pays dividends. Doesn't make sense to be in such a crunch to get the construction done. So our recommendation is to go ahead and approve all of these projects with the architect selections, and that'll be presented to the board next Monday night as a consent item. So sorry to speak so quickly, but with that, I'll answer any questions you have from any of the...
So we'll go around the horn. As all of you, most of you know, if you looked at the board book, well, tonight, but then going out, some of the answers are in here as it relates to some of the costs on some of these items. If you look at the 14th board book meeting, we have some of that available to us. So we'll just start with Dr. Bonner. We'll go around the horn with these 5-6 items.
Handle all at the same time, correct? We don't want to, okay, very good. Just real quickly, Randy, first off, that Colony item, I appreciate that being looked at because that's a child safety issue, bottom line. So that just a little editorial comment. Did I understand correctly that the Central Elementary parking is simply a reorganization of current concrete pad? You're not taking away any playground space, are you?
We are actually adding some new spaces, and so
some new parking spaces.
Yeah, let me go back and show you. So the only...
I don't mean to belabor the point. Does it cut into playground space is my only question.
So here, if you can look at the pointer on the screen, this parking we're adding here is where a existing hard surface basketball play area is. This is the existing playground area. There's some additional hard surface play area over here. So we are not touching this grass area, which is used all the time, or this playground, but we are adding the parking spaces where that existing hard surface basketball court is. That really, looking at parking especially for the special ed side, other than the reconfiguration of ADA spaces, that was really the only location. We looked at a lot of options. I know Dr. Rogers is, shaking his head. We looked at a lot, and this is really all that was there. So,
I know it's a tight campus. What's the expected life of the track renewal at those middle school campuses?
The track renewal?
Yeah.
Was it 8 years on that? 10 years.
Okay. And then lastly, help me understand Flower Mound and Hebron. Are you saying that the retrofit of the gas was the retrofit of the original, or had we gone in and changed something midstream? Does that make sense?
It does. So changed midstream, basically. So during the design, it was determined that, hey, we don't need gas in physics labs and things like that.
Most recent design.
So the original, yes, the original design. When the drawings were put out on the street, there were no gas, for the physics labs. That was the direction the architect was given. So it wasn't really a mistake the architect made. Sure. It was not a decision made in a vacuum. They were told we don't need that. After some renovation work occurred last summer, it was brought to our attention that, hey, there's some issues here. We do want gas at these labs, and so that's when we got all the stakeholders back together, many, many meetings, and it was determined, yes, let's go ahead and provide gas at all of these labs.
So that involved resetting new lines, tearing up the floor, the whole nine?
That's what the work is this summer, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Randy, on that, could you comment that the campus went through a normal process? Ms. Boughton got involved, reached out to you guys, Dr. Rogers, if I understand it, asked for help and insight?
Right. Okay. Exactly. And like I mentioned before, Flower Mound High School science labs weren't touched last summer, so we were able to kind of get with the Flower Mound folks and say, hey, here's some revisions we're making. We want to make these at your campus as well. And so everybody at both campuses was involved.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mrs. Lasan.
Hi, Randy. Thank you
Sure.
for all this. I know this is a busy season for you,
Right.
so thank you. I guess really the only question that I had was I was just curious on the campus support renovation that was in the bond. I don't really recall, like how much was that supposed to be, and how much are we saving, I guess?
Yeah, so it was pretty minor. I think it was around $650,000, somewhere around there. We had to spend a little bit of money on, we had an architect hired, and we had a CMAR hired to do that work. I think we had to pay the pre-construction fees out for that because that's contractually what we had to do. Most of that money, if you remember, got rolled into the College Street renovation and Mill Street Phase 2. We kind of had that budget shortfall on those two projects, and so we grabbed that money at that time from campus support. But yeah, it was under $1 million. I think it was around $650,000.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mrs. Cox.
Randy, if this gig doesn't work for you, auctioneer. You could so do it. I just want to say, I've never read slides so fast in my life.
Well, I'm told to hurry. I'm in a hurry.
Yes. So the bond 3-year projects on the facilities, Flower Mountain High School is one of them. There was a whole list of those. Are those going to be done this summer?
So let's go back to that slide.
I know we've got some.
The clicker's not as fast as I am. Okay, so middle school fine arts, yes, this summer. Flower Mound and Hebron, no. So the original plan was that those would go on until the end of next summer. Now both contractors have come forward and said, hey, we'd love to finish these a little bit early. The challenge there is what areas. So like fine arts is one example that has not been done at either campus. We met with both campuses, and there's really no way to relocate band and orchestra and choir, during the school year, and so that really will take place next summer. So to answer your question, those will be another whole year and a whole another summer. The rest of these, yes, Colony will be done this summer. All those 20-year refreshes will be done this summer, and the athletic renovations for LHS will be done this summer.
On the, Dr. Rogers, I would like to see if we could do a tour of Memorial before it opens, if that would be possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm actually going to go out there in 2 days just to sort of see the progress, but we'd like to get it a little more cleaned up before y'all come.
Cleaned up, and I think when furniture is all in place, that really will, kind of show well. But yeah, we'll definitely get something scheduled.
Are we going to do a ribbon cutting like we did at Mill Street?
Yeah, we absolutely have several projects, even some that are already passed, that we're going to do something a little more official. We just haven't been able to because of.
The next is, how often are the ed specs reviewed?
So, great question. So the ed specs are reviewed kind of as an ongoing basis. So as I mentioned earlier, the first time we really approached science labs was with these 20-year refreshes. The fine arts has been an ongoing effort for the last couple of years, really. So as we go through projects and we realize, hey, there needs to be a little more detail here, or the square footage just isn't adding up here, we're noting all those, and we'll make a recommendation to change those to the ed specs and just update them all. Yeah.
So are you saying yearly, or, you said we look at them often. What does that often mean?
So, well, I think the question is how often do we need to update them? And so, yeah, we will be looking to update those this year. I don't know that they'll need to be updated annually after that. It really depends on as we come across items that need to be revised. So ideally, we'll get to the point where hopefully there are no revisions annually, and we can move forward with that document. But
because I know a lot of us have, not that more paperwork, I don't like that, but we all have like these little books. Dr. Bonner probably needs one. He'd love to have one of
Sure.
the ed specs. It'd be nice to just have those additions so we could add to that.
Sure.
If you don't
Okay.
mind. My last question was on the Colony. I'm totally in favor of that. It's definitely a safety issue, but is that a drainage that's showing in there? So how
Yes,
is
ma'am,
that
it
going
is.
to be addressed, and what kind of cost are we looking at for that?
So actually, going the wrong way, and it'll take forever to get there. So actually, that drain is common to most of the fields. What we did at LHS last summer, and what we're going to do at the Colony, is we were actually able to take the turf over that drain, over that grate altogether. It's still, water will still get down, it'll still drain, but it takes away that big safety concern. That's at LHS. That was the biggest thing that came up, was the safety concern from that grate. And I know Mr. Koch saw the finished product, and it turned out really good there. So.
Okay, so you're not having to remove it or anything like that?
No.
Okay,
No,
that's what I was concerned, that we might be an additional cost for that.
Right. Sure.
I think she just took my last question that hadn't been, was the drain, because I did have a friend that played football last year, and he went off the field in a play, and he about fell because the level was different once he came off the field and was kind of pushed. But yes, so it was a safety issue, and I'm glad that's being raised. So since all my questions have been already asked, I just request to ride the elevator at LHS first.
All right, noted.
I will time it. Hebron's is still the slowest. So I want to go back to Hebron Science.
All right.
Because you talked to the stakeholders at the beginning, you said, and did they not indicate that, did you tell them that there would not be gas, that was the plan?
Yes,
at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am. So I've done a lot of research on this. So actually, there were emails going back all the way to the beginning of design that showed, even from the campus, that, hey, there's no gas needed in these specific labs.
Okay.
I think it's after folks moved in and because not every teacher was at the table in design, right? We're working with certain stakeholders. And I think after people moved in and realized, oh, wow, my lab doesn't have gas. It's a science lab. It should have gas. That's when the conversation started. And so we started to look at it further. And then we had to bring everybody together and say, do we need gas in all these locations? Do we need fume hoods in all these locations? And that's when the decision was made.
Was there a change in principles, too, between the original?
No, not on.
Ms. Boughton was there for the whole.
Yeah, not on either one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a change in our AP that we talked to, but other than that, not principals.
Okay. And what was that cost? You said it's covered, but I'm curious
Right.
what that cost
So for
is.
Hebron High School, it's around $65,000. For Flower Mound, it's actually closer to $95,000. And part of that is, it's a few of the fixtures. Small part of that is some of the fixtures we were able to reuse. So, relocating, we were able to reuse the existing turret and relocate that, so there's no cost for a new turret, whereas Flower Mound is all new, right? And then the other cost is just different plumber. And we asked the CMAR about that. We said, hey, we've got the same situation over at Hebron. How come your cost is higher? It's just a different sub. Sometimes pricing is different. So.
And then I'll ask, you didn't address it, and I'm just going to ask you, if you don't know this answer, you can certainly email it to me later. Did we fix the drainage problem at Hebron so that APs are not carrying a trash can around, for the emergency dump
Right.
of water?
Let me verify that, and I'll get back with you. Right.
So that's on that. Why have we not named a middle school STEM for the colony feeder pattern? I realize we're just opening Memorial this year, but it just seems it would be a little more efficient just to do all at the same time instead of coming back in a year or whatever.
We didn't name one because right now, with it being Griffin and Lakeview, so they're the one feeder pattern with just two middle schools to choose from, and so you look at pitting one of those middle schools against the other one and trying to figure out which middle school makes sense. At that time, Memorial wasn't zoned and we didn't know where the kids were going to go, and so now that we have more information about where the kids coming from, where they going to, it gives us a little bit more direction in terms of which middle school would make the most sense for them.
I'm just looking at cost. I just think it's easier to do them all at once than to come back in another year or two and do it all again. I just think with materials, et cetera. Comment on that. And then absolutely in favor of fixing TCHS. I'm surprised it wasn't brought up before. I mean,
right.
I personally have tripped on that on dignitary night.
So, a little bit on that. So Jason and I actually walked with Coach Rangel out there before we brought the GMP to the board, and Coach Rangel, we talked about the drain and the safety concerns with that grate, right? And we really felt like that was the primary safety concern. He really felt like that was the primary safety concern at the time. We told him we were going to address that, and he really wasn't aware of a lot of injuries with the elevation change at that time. Now, after the GMP was approved, that's when I think the coaches got together and said, hey, in soccer we had this happen, and hey, in this sport we had this happen. And that's when the campus approached us and said, hey, is there any way we can get the field raised? And so I got with Dr. Rogers, and here we are tonight. So we definitely listen, and we want to address safety issues when they come up. So.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Because it's just something, and it's irritated me for several years. Why do we need to hire an architect for flooring replacement?
So it comes down, and Craig may be able to help me a little bit on that.
I know there's rules around it, but I mean, it's one of those things, like we did it for stage curtains, and it drove me insane,
Right. So it has to do with definition of capital projects, right, and the TBAE's rules basically on dollar amount on when an architect is needed for a project. And typically on everything that we do in this bond, we're gonna hit that dollar threshold. I mean, am I
So is it more
anything?
about the dollar amount than anything else? Just because, once again, like, I don't hire an architect when I'm putting in new flooring in my house.
Safety and security, if it's an improvement, if it's maintaining current existing, inventory or design.
Okay. I was just, it's kind of one of those things that, I know it's not a lot of money, but it just still drives me crazy. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Hassett?
I love the new signs for the new middle school STEMs. Those are great. Thank you for making sure that our kids are safe at the colony. And one other thought I had really quick, the ed specs. The governance audit was talking about board policy revisions. We're not implementing that one, but we have board policy revisions. I think we need to have board ed spec revision, a revision date on each one of the ed specs. So then you can go back and look, when was the last time we looked at science labs? So I think it needs to have a footer or an indicator somewhere on all of the different ed specs. We last looked at English classrooms this date. I think it would be helpful long-term to add that to the ed specs.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I think that's a great point, Ms. Hassett. And one of the things to consider for y'all is in the facilities audit or construction audit, maybe that's an opportunity for us to make some recommendations out of that. As it relates to the gas issues,
sure.
Are those then, as a matter of equity, the same at the Colony, Marcus, and Lewisville High School?
I can't answer that. I know we looked at FUMAs, but I don't know that we looked at the gas locations. And so part of that is, we're not touching those science labs with a project right now. So when we start one of those, obviously we'll take that into consideration.
Okay. So I think the right answer is that when we do touch those,
Right.
that there will be
Absolutely, yeah.
equity in that. The
Absolutely.
reason that we're doing it now with some additional input is because we're working on them, and we might as well make the changes while we're there.
Right, exactly.
Because they won't be touched again for 20 years if we follow the.
Yep, okay. Hey, have you released, I know we know what it is, but the memorial mascot, does the board know what that is yet?
I think so.
Does everybody know?
Well, have Stephanie release that. It's a really nice little graphic. I didn't know
So
what it was.
they've released it, they voted on it. I can tell you what it is. It's the Mavericks. And they voted on it as a staff, and we only know that because she sat next to me at the Colony Chamber event and showed the graphics, and they're pretty excited about it. So,
really nice.
and I just, on that, I would say, I'm really proud of the name. I texted Miss Hassett and Miss Cox. My wife and I had never been to Shields before, and we went to Shields, and I don't know if you've ever been there, but they have 3 statues of soldiers, I believe, and it just reinforced with Memorial Drive and the way that looks, the optics of it with some other history elements there, just really reinforced, I think, that campus. It was nice to see some documents today from Mr. Gardner that actually had the school name on it.
Right.
So very excited about that. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it.
Sure. All right.
As we transition to this next item, I just want to preface it. The board has seen an email on this. Dr. Rogers can talk about it. But this is not following a normal process. Dr. Rogers did ask me about that. There's a bit of a timing issue on this and some reasons for it. He can explain, or Craig can explain with Jason, I think. So I did agree to put it on the agenda tonight. If we agree to table it, that's great, but I think the staff is going to give us the rationale as to why they wanted to move it up on the schedule.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller. As I tried to write about when I sent this to the board, I was just trying to, we had a meeting because of the cost of these renovation projects. Mr. Martin believes and certainly agree that we need to change the construction delivery method, and so we talked to you about what the projects are, and Jason can certainly better explain those, and we ask that you consider expediting it. It's going to be a push to get the renovations done to a couple of those areas, and so every week matters, but we certainly understand that the board needs more time too. So with that,
I can run through real quick, just real quickly. If we want to do all three, kind of like Randy did to talk about, because they're all related, right? All three of these items, and they're all related to performing minor construction projects. And so, talking with Craig, they have to kind of come separately for action, if you will. The first item, if you're looking at it, is to select a construction delivery method. We are wanting to do the job order contract method, and we can talk some more about that. The second item is to review two specific projects for possible approval that exceed the $50,000 threshold that we can talk about. And then the third item is to approve two cooperative bids that could be utilized for future project needs as we move down the road. And so that's the three items specifically. I don't know if you want to talk more about the JOC method.
And the reason they're listed specifically this way, as Jason mentioned, the board would first need to vote on, and as Randy brought forth a competitive seal proposal method for one of his projects, for these minor construction that kind of does go on. Again, it's altering, it's improving real property or anything like that. It can be anything above 50 will be brought before the board anyway. That's policy. But if there's minor improvements, it still needs to, it's considered. States Rule has a bunch of different rulings on it, but they look at that as public works or construction. And so for these jobs, and again, this is coming through maintenance facilities, Jason's area, the board would have to decide if this is the method they wanted to do it. There's CMR and then there's competitive seal proposal, but as these minor jobs come forward, standard process and standard procedure across the state is use job order contracts. And the district could have a job order contract bid, as well as the only way you can use a cooperative for construction is a JOC. You can't use a cooperative for a CMR or a CSP. It has to be a JOC. So the board would look at that and then, and take action on that. And the second, again, is these projects specifically are over 50, and that's what's being brought forth. And then the third, again, is it just is these buy board and TIPS bids are JOCs. They've gone through a formal procurement process and have a lot of multiple options for the district. Again, if anything's over 50, it'd be brought back forth to the board for approval.
And so for the second item, the two specific projects, we were approached, as we are from time to time, to do special projects for folks, because we can typically get some stuff done, and we want to help, right? So the thing from facilities is that when we have additional budgets remaining, we don't really, it's not like a campus, we don't get to utilize it ourselves, we get to help other campuses, which is exciting to us. And so we were approached when, especially at the Colony High School, when Tech West opened, their culinary program moved from the Cougar Cafe to Tech West. That opened up that space for potential to be used for other academic programs. Mr. Cooper and Dr. Baxter approached me and said, hey, we would like to change this particular room. It's a sizable space if you've been there. It's 2,700 square feet. And they'd like to change that to their incubator classroom. And so to do that, as you can imagine, will take some renovation. It has ceramic tile on the walls now because it's set up like a kitchen. has a walk-in freezer cooler in the back, has a vent hood in the middle of the space. And so what they requested us to do is go in and basically turn that into the incubator space, and that is what the first project listed there at the $150,275 is for. And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions on that. It's going to change it. I think we listed it there from one space into conference area, classroom space, restroom, office, and then 4 breakout spaces to be used. Also provides a storefront to that area, kind of like if you've been to LHS and seen their incubator classroom, looks kind of like a business storefront. So,
yeah, and the only other thing I'd say, Board, is that this isn't just Jason vetting these projects. I mean, he and I have numerous conversations because, you know, I get a little irritated sometimes. We put a door in and 2 years later they ask for the door to not be there. And so we have, I mean, there's an extreme checklist system that he has to go through. It's not just they approach Jason and he okays it and goes and does it. I mean, and so, I mean, I've gone and visited these places, I mean, some of them twice. You know, no, we're not going to do that, but we'll consider, I mean, that. So I just want to be clear. We try to do our best to vet this before we'd ever bring it to you.
the second project listed is to take the Think Spot and to make it into 6 spaces for the benefits department staff. They have personal conversations with other staff and visitors from across the district, and several people feel like it's a need to provide that space for them, and that $64,300 is to provide that space, turn that basically one space into the 6 office spaces with, and all that entails. New doors, we'd have to put the ceilings to deck for sound. New ceilings, I think I mentioned, tape bed texture on the walls, outlets, and things of that nature for that project. Yes. And
yeah, well, let me just say, if there's any opposition, everybody's got had a chance to provide some input. If there's any opposition to us proceeding with a vote on these items, let me know. Otherwise, we'll proceed with the vote, and you can vote however you choose on the motion. But any opposition on proceeding? Okay. Any questions? Want to go around quickly? Any questions of that? We could, or we could just do it now and then be really efficient and go forward. Dr. Bonner? Ms. Lassan?
No questions.
Mrs. Cox?
So I presume these products will be inspected and made sure they're at code and all that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mrs. Sells?
My only question was, what will happen to the usable items in those 2 spaces?
Any usable items we would take and either place them on our auction, through our auction process, or allow them to be used at other facilities through our distribution center.
Mrs. President?
Just, yeah, I mean, I know that commercial kitchen items are expensive, and so just want to make sure that those are not.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be reviewing all of those items, and any of those that have value, we will definitely either reuse or auction.
Okay, thank you.
My question is there a contingency built into these prices?
Yes, ma'am. We did build in a 10% contingency on both projects, just for unforeseen.
Well, no. I mean, that's the smart thing to do. I'm just asking. There was one other project that's not listed. It was under $50,000, but not by much. The Ag Barn at Marcus. And I'm just curious, because if it goes to $50,000, do you then have to come back and ask us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. While we're doing the project.
Actually, the way Ms. Prosnick said it is under 50, and it wasn't because of intent. Originally, they wanted the entire workshop area to be air conditioned, and I would not agree to that. And so we're talking about redoing the restrooms, painting.
Yes, sir, I think that one ended up being right at $10,000.
Yeah.
Dollars worth of work, and it was removing a wall between two classrooms and doing finishes in those areas in the restrooms, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And portable fans, right? And portable fans.
Yeah, we weren't going to air condition.
Ms. Hassett?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion for the first item?
I move that the board approve the selection of job order contracts as the construction delivery method for the completion, maintenance, repair, alteration, renovation, remediation, minor construction projects of facilities, real property, or similarly related public works projects as recommended by administration.
Second? Ms. Cox?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Second item?
I'll make that motion. I move that the board approve the Colony High School Incubator Program classroom renovation and the LISD Administrative Center office renovation with the proposed expenditures utilizing TIPS USA RCSP number 200201 with the recommended vendor Mart Incorporated as presented by administration.
Second? Buddy got you on that one. Dr. Bonner, any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, last item. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board approve the use of buy board number 581-19 job order contracting and TIPS USA RCP number 200201 and number 210205 trades, labor and materials, JOC, which includes multiple vendors as construction delivery method for the completion of maintenance, repair, alteration, renovation, remediation, minor construction of facilities, real property, or similarly related public works projects that are less than $50,000 as recommended by administration.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7-0. If there's no further business, the meeting is adjourned. The time is 10:26 p.m.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.